Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Triton Cup. This very EP stream is brought to you by Jorian, and as well with my co-commentator tonight, Lily Gravy Bread. How are you doing tonight?
I'm by tonight. I think I should say morning because it's 6 o'clock in the morning for me. I woke up too long ago, but you mentioned this is a bit of an EP dreepy stream for all of us. I think we all kind of woke up in our separate time zones, of course. But it's always good to be here with you, Lila, on the
Yeah,
mic for
definitely.
yet another tournament. This time, Triton
Uh,
Cup. All Zones tournament. There's been a bit of discussion about All Zones tournaments on Twitter,
oh,
which I think
right!
has been interesting. Yeah.
No, definitely. I mean, if you really want to prove the point, you can show to us how entertaining you can bring us on Triton Cup tonight. But like you said, it is not tonight for me. It is also 11 in the morning, a day behind you as well.
Mm-hmm.
But regardless,
Yeah.
this is the bracket here. We're gonna be looking into ASC Niji versus Zooka Gang first. On
Ooh.
these teams, and it is the 16th and 17th seed respectively. And whoever will win will going into the first seed. Lily?
Oh, that's exciting. That's very exciting. That's like I'm keen to see how this is gonna turn out for both of these teams actually because one of them is gonna be going on to the first seed, one of them dropping down into losers bracket as well. This is a double
Oh,
elimination
right.
tournament as
Yeah,
well,
double elim
so
tournament is
double
a
elim
format.
tournament.
Yeah, it's very unforgiving sometimes. You lose twice, you're out. There's no second
Mm-hmm.
chances.
Yeah.
There's no backseas. There's no way you can guarantee the bracket
I
that you
mean,
can play in.
technically there is a second chance. You gotta fight your way out of losers bracket though. That's the thing. And one
Yeah.
thing that can happen once you get to the grand finals is the bracket reset because you do have to lose twice if you're gonna be knocked out. And if you manage to be the first seed and win all those, or any seed really, and win all those matches, win all those sets, only to be knocked out once in the grand finals, you still have to be knocked out again if you're gonna be knocked out of the tournament.
Yeah,
However,
definitely.
this is going to be all zones, which means we will be seeing a much wider variety of map, of course, just to give us
Definitely.
a bit more of that variety as well. Speaking of maps, we've got a few of them on screen at the moment. We have Splat Zones
Mincemeat.
on Mincemeat. We got Splat Zones
Mincemeat.
on Mincemeat.
Lily, mincemeat is spam paint the map onto the zone as
It
fast as
is
you can. It is
hand
quite
paint the map.
small for a zones, in my opinion. For how
Okay, yeah.
densely choked the middle point
Mhm.
is. It's just like,
Oh, for sure.
yeah, you need to throw that paint on it so many times. And if you have like a pencil here, it can just paint the zone by itself.
Yeah, of course, yeah. And pencil, of course, is just like a really strong weapon at the moment in any case because of how well it paints. I'm sure we'll be seeing quite a few pencils in this tournament because, it also has cooler, which is extremely useful at the moment in this current meta. I do want to say, however, that you mentioned how small it is. You feel like you're constantly within melee range of the other team. And speaking of melee range, wow, there was another tweet that I saw recently, which is like if you run out of ink, you bonk your
Yeah,
other.
you bonk your enemy with your weapon, but I don't think they're gonna be bonking anyone soon because we're gonna be rolling in with that E leader coming from
Ooh,
I forgot.
oh,
Oh, and it's
that'll
a
hurt.
ZF. And three Sukas in a match, Lily.
Three, wait, okay, there are three Zukas in a match. Zuka Gang has got two Zukas here. They are going for the double shot, Junior and Zeka Finscope, which I think is a pretty fine weapon composition, and it is going to be giving them
Ooh.
the first cap of the game as well. So even if they lose control a little bit there with one player going down, I still think that having those Zukas, you can just flip things around very quickly in terms of your numbers advantage, of course.
Yeah, definitely. And as well as on the Zooka gang side, they don't really have a way to counter the knot unless the charger has a way to, like, shoot them out. But the only thing that they have for it is just, like, bombing them out or trying to get Zooka kills, as now on the side of Zooka gang, 2 down, retaliating from Still with the Junior. Very nice kill there, as the Zooka is trying to catch out and Still once again with the zone flipping back and forth, going on to neutral once again in favor of Zooka Gang.
Oh yeah, it is in favor of Zooka Gang, but like these scores are very, very close. Zooka Gang is probably going to try and hold on to it as much as they can. It's such a point spam, just everyone flipping this zone back and forth,
Oh, the
trying to gain
bubble.
control. But these Zookas are going to be coming out here, trying to find a way to force back ASC Niji
Ooh.
here. But you know, if there's no way that they can really find an approach into the mid and like take some kind of fight here, there's only really ever one player, maybe two at most, ever going down,
Ooh.
and it's pretty rare to see anyone like get picked off at the moment as well, even if we are a minute and a half into the game.
A minute and a half into it, definitely for sure. I mean, if you really want a solid lead on this map, you gotta get like a solid wipeout or like at least 3 kills to hold on to the enemy space in order for the zone to not get painted out. Because as much as you want to paint the zone, you gotta paint the areas around it before you can approach it too. Because look at it, the penalty points are just keep reapplying on each other, and the 2 down on the side of ASC is going to be leading that into a 3 down situation.
Ooh.
Maybe Zooka can flip this back into their favor to try and get out of that penalty points and try to get a little bit more than a 70 lead at this moment. However, the strikes in the rain could prove to be a little bit of a hindrance because the truck side is now being rained over. There's a lot of paint working over on there, and ASC can use that to their advantage, but unfortunately 2 down on the side of ASC is going to prove that to be in vain.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for Zooka Gang at the moment. You know, we saw them like barely approach each other, and I guess that I did mention melee range. You don't want to be getting too close, especially in a map with such tight corners as this one. And also, I think
The ego
this
peaks!
is going to be looking towards knockout territory. Even though 2 players have gone down on the side of Zooka Gang, and 3 actually, ASC Niji just managing to clutch the zone out, applying 61 penalty points to Zooka Gang at the moment. My goodness, this could be a comeback of all time if Zooka Gang aren't
Yeah.
able to actually get back in. But you know, they have got the zone as well, and they have been playing this to their advantage quite a lot this match so far. So I don't expect them to be giving up just yet.
Yeah, not giving up just yet. But look at Zooka Gang's penalty points, though. It is just only 30 penalty points already. And judging from how the pace has been going, ASC really has to find a lot of crucial picks like they did just now. That 2 down on the shots is going to be enough for them to go in. But the strikes are going to come out from the side of Zooka Gang to further halt their pushes right now. Even though with that 50 penalty points, ASC still hasn't able to found any ground past mid anymore, because even though they got those picks down, Lily, the Chargers is just holding them back so much. The picks are just going down way too fast, but they did have to jump out just now, and the zone with the whale and the Zooka may be able to just hold on just a little bit longer here.
Yeah, actually, you know, you were talking about Charter, and I think actually bringing out the E-leader here, considering how tight those spaces are around the zone, could be a pretty good choice in terms of being able to kind of slow down the fights in mid. With the special weapon it has, the Wave Breaker, of course. You know, that's still 2 players down, 3 players down. ASC Niji. My goodness, Zooka Gang is absolutely on a roll, looking for even more fights to take. They have their specials online, ready to pop that tri-strike to get that E-leader pushed further and further back. You can see how far forward they're pushed. That is 1 player, 2 players going to be taken out here, but they're still going for the knockout. They have only a couple of points left.
Yeah.
Just in the nick of time, once again, ASC Niji is going to be taking them out with a wipeout, actually, applying yet another 38 penalty points.
Ooh,
to
but
them
the
for them
2
to
picks
just
though,
work
coming
through.
from E-leader, might seal this out, Lily. It's only 5 seconds left on the clock, but that is going to be overtime for ASC to try and hold on to this. But the Zooka coming from Zooka Gang is able to trade them out instantly. However, getting the trade out with the other shots as well, they have to push this down to a 2-point to be able to take this lead as long as they can. ASC just has to live their lives out, but they're getting caught out by the bomb on the Nautilus. The strikes are coming in. This might just be it. The zone is going to get painted out eventually with the strikes, getting that win first for Zooka Gang.
Oh my goodness, that was just those GG strikes happening at the very end. And you know, regarding charges, and you mentioned charges, and you are a charger main, of course. Even though I did say that, I think that E-leader could be a pretty good weapon in terms of bringing it out here for its range. Uh, I think like in the end, because of how fast paced these strikes can be in such a fast paced game as well. Having the Zekofin scope, of course, just to clutch out that ending is, of course, going to be the winning move in the end. I think if you've
Mhm.
been playing the ways the Zuka Gang's been playing, it's always going to be a great opportunity just to cheese that zone.
Yeah, I mean, with the amount of paint that you can put down with Zooka sometimes too, and then you have two of them, you can just lob two
Mhm.
shots and it could neutral as well if you do it right. But the wipeouts coming from ASC and Zooka gang was just played out perfectly. It's just unfortunate small deaths, and then the lack of specials that they had on the side of ASC was just proven to be really hard to hold a zone. Because you have free shooters against two on the side of ASC just now with the strikes as well. It's going to be really impossible for you to flip that zone by yourself if you don't get those picks early on. But regardless, we're going to move on to a different type of zones map now, but one without like only one way in. It's going to be Sturgeon Zones, not Sturgeon Zones. I'm crazy for saying that. It's ship shape. Both of them have a
You're a
ship in it, okay?
little bit crazy, you
Both
know.
of them have a
Like,
ship
if
in
you
it.
don't
Both of them
have
have a ship in it. Both of them have a ship in it.
okay, okay, both of them have a ship in it. I'll give you that. You know, you were saying how you were talking about the weapon comps, and ASC didn't really have those kind of painting specials necessarily like you have with Tri Strikes. Even arguably Zooka on mincemeat zones, you can kind of like. I mean, of course, if you get a pick with Zooka on the zone, and we did see a couple of picks happen from the Zookas from Zuki Gang, of course, that is still going to be painting extra in your favor as well. But the thing is, if you are trying to play to get more picks and you're not getting them and you're constantly at that numbers disadvantage, like we saw on the side of ASC Niji in that first game, that is going to just be holding you back even further, of course, and you might get maybe a little bit comp dipped, and you might have to rely a little bit on bunking your enemy at melee
Yeah,
range when you run
definitely,
out of ink, of
definitely.
course.
But
We are going to be
the
doing
E
it to
leader
match point.
is being swapped out for a double shot moment, and Amika is going off the scope with the wiper and the machine coming out. A drastic comp change coming from the Zooka gang. No more
Ooh.
Zookas in opting for the wiper hammer and the Booyah bomb coming from the machine as well. This is not Booyah gang we're talking about. This is a Zooka gang that we're talking about. But, oh, in retaliation immediately from ASC, Gug is going to be able to find a pick instantly into the machine with a point-blank Zooka, immediately bringing them into a zone cap, but still with the Battle Junior is able to retaliate instantly, getting a trade out as well in the front side of things, getting a 2-down situation early on with 30 seconds into the clock.
Yeah, actually, you were mentioning Zooka Gang. It does look like AC is playing the Zooka Gang kind of comp at the moment with the double shot here. Because you know Zooka's double Zooka. But anyway, no Zookas on the side of Zooka Gang this time. But I think like having the Zeko Fin is still going to be able to at least help them paint it. And I think the Junior, of course, being able to hold those key areas here on this map is going to be really good for them as well. One player is still down on ASC Niji, so they are keeping this zone in under their control as they slowly just try and create some kind of impenetrable wall for ASC Niji to kind of walk into here. However, they
Yeah.
are going to be moving up just a little bit with this Booyah bomb, hopefully to be able to move them out of position and to still confirm that they have complete control over here, even dodging these Zookas at it as well.
Definitely. I'm starting to question a little bit on how ASC was trying to hold off those Zookas, because both of them was just like kind of shot out at a distance, hoping to get a kill or two. But it is going to be a free down situation on the Zooka gang if they're able to hold that zone now. ASC able to apply that 71 penalty to flip back to give themselves a little bit of a breather space to try and work on it. But Mika is going to say something about it instantly, getting the knock pick on the right side there. Maybe trying to go for a second on the side. However, Machine is fighting for their lives in the pit, getting a second pick as well coming from ASC, getting the third, hopefully with the Zooka, unfortunately so, unable to, but this is a definite advantage for the side of ASC currently.
You say that, but both their shots went down just like that, one after another, so they aren't going to be having that advantage for very much longer, as Zuki Gang has their bubble ready to help them push up with. And we can see how far back ASC is actually being pushed here. They're trying to reposition to get into those spots to make it that much more difficult for Zuki Gang to move forward. However, the thing is, Zuki Gang, they've never been moving too much further forward into ASC's court. They just know that if ASC starts moving forward, they're going to be picking them up. What did we just see there, Lila?
The Wiper getting a huge double Zooka cancel from behind Lily.
Oh my goodness.
You cannot shy that
was-
away. How would you let a wiper sneak up behind you while you're popping Zooka to get 2 kills on you to shut down that special? You don't see that every time. Zooka Gang was able to flip that immediately, but it is going to be the zone in favor of ASC still, and somehow holding out with the specials ready on the side of Zooka Gang. Maybe they're going to be able to pop that Booyah, pop that strike, getting that first pick, getting that strike down onto the zone 2. It is going to be a free down situation on ASC. Zone is still on neutral. They still have to paint just a little bit more, and they got it. That applies the penalty point on the side of ASC, but it's going to be free down once again on the side of ASC as well, Lily.
Yeah, all these plays have just been dropping like flies here. I'm not sure if there are that many flies here in the Arctic, and this is a pretty icy place to be, as we can see in the background here. But you know, with that wiper down, hopefully ASC is able to get that Zooka to help them move back in, but they have been able to find the opportunity to do so. Their Zap has gone down, now their shot has gone down. They have been in a permanently like 1 down situation for the last, I don't know how many seconds at the moment, but you know, I think they might be able to move back in if they can just make sure they win some fights here.
Boy, they win some fights indeed!
Well,
Lily, they won the fight indeed, like you said. Zooka Gang is going to try and rush in as much as they can with the hammer and the special. Unfortunately so, getting cancelled out immediately with the shots, and the Zooka is trying to catch out Mika. But it's a 4v1 situation. Mika might want to consider backing out at the moment to let them regroup and try to get that specials to going and dialed up, as ASC is using their rain to clear out that top right side. Unfortunately, a shot coming from Mika getting the shot down might just enable this push here. Moji's ready to pop out this hammer. Look at that, they're sneaking up. They're sneaking up. Do they know? They do know Moji's there. Are they going to be ready to hold this hammer out? Let's hope that the hammer comes out and gets a value out here. Gets 1, maybe a second. Unfortunately so, it's just left of them to try and fold out the zone as long as they can. But unfortunately, it is going to be a wipeout on the side of Zooka Gang. ASC is going to be taking this lead. Flip, definitely, Lily.
Oh yeah, this lead flip, this is going to be going for knockout territory as well, unless Zooka Gang has something to say about that. They have to be able to neutralize this zone at the very least and flip it in order to take it into overtime. Even with the neutral zone, that timer has gone all the way down to 0, not just on the oh my goodness, not just for like this set. Actually, we will be moving on to a game 3. But for ASC just to clutch that game out in the end as well. Let's take a look at this replay actually.
Yeah,
because,
look at we can
this
see.
Is early on in the game.
Yeah, the first pick of the game, the point blank Zooka coming from Gug is fascinating, because you don't get point blank Zookas quite often as a game. You always just catch someone astray or just not reacting to your Zookas, as well as some people would put it, not being proactive. But this is the moment, I believe, where Zooka Gang has that definitive 16-point lead, near 13, I think, but having to flip out 7. It was 7. Yeah, and then having to flip back out by ASC, and the momentum just kept going from ASC. Even though the wiper coming from Moji here is able to like get a 2 picks on the top right side with their hammer, it was just not enough for Zooka Gang to go back in quick enough to get that zone neutralized, like you said at the end there.
Yeah, I know, you do have to be able to go back in, and we saw at the very end of the match, you know, when the wiper was pretty much the only one alive trying to get that zone back in their favor. I think it was just a very, very unfortunate position for Zooka Gang to be in there. ASC Niji is going to be taking the second match, which will bring us over to Robo Ramen in second, unless you have anything more to say about
Robo Ramen. Oh my god, I'm hungry right now, Lily. I haven't eaten breakfast yet.
I mean, I'm gonna have breakfast after. I'm gonna be having breakfast after this, so
Yeah.
it is still morning for me.
Yeah, it is 6 a.m. for Lily here. Yep.
It's 6:27 at the moment. What time is it for you, Lily? It would be
it's
like 11.
Yeah, 11:27.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of getting a little bit closer to lunch, and I feel like I'm more likely to have like ramen for lunch than for breakfast.
Yeah.
Honestly, but, you know.
It is a very like carb-based stuff though, but I don't know. Let's focus back on the game here, real quick. Hop back on topic. Both of these teams are going to a game 3 right now, Lily, and it is Robo Ramen. It is a very new map. I think people love it. I certainly do. It's just a matter of which team can bring it out, and I wish I can see some Charger gameplay here if they will bring it back. Unfortunately, so for ASC, they're going to be playing the Booyah Gang route, and for the Zooka Gang, they're going to be bringing out 1 Zooka with strikes. Oh, actually, it's double strikes on the side of Zooka Gang.
Yeah, I mean, strikes worked out really well for them in that first match, and I think just having that being able to clutch out the zone with those strikes is going to be useful. Already one pick has been obtained
Whoa.
on both sides. Getting the Zeka pin, I think, is a good move for ASC at the moment. So that's one shot going down on
Oh.
ASC as well. But oh my goodness,
Yeah,
what are
oh
we
my
seeing
goodness,
here?
indeed. The two picks going down to that Zooka immediately was like, oh, very spicy there from Fenrir, getting that pick with the machine as well. This is going to be the lead flip immediately on the side of ASC. What we saw just now was just like a very separate fights happening on the side of Zooka Gang. Unfortunately, going down individually is going to cause them to split up and unable to hold the zone. But the 6 strikes going onto the zone, flipping it back immediately.
Oh my goodness, 6 strikes followed up by all those Zookas as well. And the ASC is still going to be coming out on top, having the zone almost painted up in their favor with 3 players down on Zooka Gang. It does look like this is exactly the position ASC really wants to be in to help themselves move up. However, that is going to be a jump forced out on Zooka Gang as ASC is still going to be vying for control here. I don't expect they're going to be giving anything up
Oh.
anytime soon, but Zooka Gang really have to find a way back in. Hopefully with this bubble, I do expect they're going to have to watch out from every single angle here. As on Robo Ramen, you have so many of these flank routes, these flank options they have to be watching
Oh
out for.
my goodness. Yeah, ASC is definitely bringing the momentum from last game to try and carry on as much as they can. Because look at how fast they're going. Look at how furious they're going. They're ready to just hold on to the space and respond to any sort of flanks and attacks and attempts that Zooka Gang is trying to throw out at the moment. Because look at that. The Zooka is coming out, getting that pick onto Mika with Fenrir as well. The double chip is amazing to see, but the penalty points are already gone. It's 40 points down on the clock. Zooka Gang has to find something soon with the strikes here, maybe, to be able to neutralize this zone and give themselves another fighting chance. As it's back to neutral with the Booyah Bomb coming out from the ASC. It is going to be 2 down on the side of Zooka Gang with that pig just running right into that shot. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that was a very unfortunate position to drop down into when you can get those 2 very clean picks if you're ASC Niji here. They're looking for the knockout once again, but you know, with 1 player down still on either side, perhaps these strikes can make some quick work of the zone in order to allow Zooka Gang to come back in. And with that 1 point remaining, that isn't going to be the knockout just
free
yet.
dead,
However,
free dead.
ASC has gone 3 plays down actually, which Zooka Gang is going to absolutely move up with as well. You can see the juniors just trying to paint up to give themselves room to move around as ASC is slowly trying to get back in and bomb them out. Of course, you see how many suction bombs are coming out, but that's 2 plays still down on ASC, so Zooka Gang is still pretty much in control here.
Yeah, definitely. Mika with that positioning I've never thought of before on top of that railing on the enemy side. That trades is still going on the side of ASC's disadvantage though right now. Even with the 2 down situation for the side of Zooka Gang, this is still this is still Zooka Gang's territory for them to hold this zone at the moment because the penalty points is applied, the 1 point curse is alive, and they have to get the knockout if they really want to make this win. And I think they are motivated as heck to try and push it through because there's free down on the side of ASC once again, and that's a wipeout too. Which special's ready? Look at the special dials on Zooka Gang. They have everything ready. That's gonna be popped out now instantly. The Zooka getting 1 on the top left side, getting a 2nd off immediately, but the junior is gonna be holding that zone with the strikes too.
With a knockout at the end as well. My goodness, they lost the lead at the very end. ASC is gonna be knocked out into the losers bracket with Zooka Gang. Well, they won the first game. They knew that I think if they switched over to those double strikes, they could definitely make that strategy work here on Robo Ramen. Even though you have like so many of those flank options to come move back into, I just think Zooka Gang were just able to make that work for themselves so cleanly as well, just being able to force ASC back, because I feel like Zooka Gang was pretty much constantly on the back foot for most of that game. I kind of expected ASC to take this one right until the very end. We can see how Zooka Gang were like going 3 players down early on in the game, and it was only I think around the halfway point where I feel that they started, you know, well, there's another 3 down situation from Zooka Gang. It was only really after this I think that Zooka Gang kind of gained their footing and were able to clutch out this 1 point and have to move in all the way from 91 points to get that knockout, because you can't just overtake in points. You have to get the knockout at that point.
It's 1 point curse raw. It would be very
Mhm.
rough for ASC to move this loser brackets with this. Both of these teams with the 1 seed difference definitely give us a great fight to watch in the end there. And as well as the Zooka gang having that definitive, because they retake the whole mid without specials Lily, and then they just had it to hold the zone within the end too. And it just proved to be, so significant moving on into round 2. And speaking of moving into round 2, we're gonna grab a snack, not be so EP, and we're gonna come back with
Mhm.
you on round 2 later on. I'm ready.
What's up, gamers? We're back here with Triton Cup. I'm Lily, and I'm here with Lilo. I think it's like eating something after getting a little bit hungry watching
Donut.
a match on Robo Roman. If I'm not mistaken, Lilo, how was your snack?
My snack was nice. I had a little good filler. I'm not so EP
Mhm.
anymore too, but what's not so great that we were seeing, in my opinion, bluefin zones at the pulpit.
Oh, Bluefin Zones. You know, actually, it's pretty cool seeing some of these new maps come in. Bluefin Zones, it's such a funny one. I kind of love but kind of hate how the zone moves here. You know, it's pretty cool and interesting, but of course, it's gonna just be making the entire map so much smaller when you have like when one of the team has that zone capped. There's not many places to move in to kind of like from your respawn. And when you are like on the defending side, you have such a small space to work with. You can't really flank unpredictably because you have those kind of like those little ramp drop things that are very easily
The
watched as well,
elevator.
essentially. And the
Yeah.
elevator, of course, that's although yeah, that's the other thing actually. There aren't many places to actually move up and take control over the spawn area of the defending
Mm-hmm.
team either. So, you know, it's just one of those situations where you have so little room to move, and you have to absolutely make the most of it. So it can be kind of interesting here. You have to really think about the limited amount of space that you have to play with of all time, and that limited amount of space does change as well depending on who is in control or whether the map is neutral. So it can be kind of interesting because of that, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the zones also just moves left and right, and you know, it proves to be very what was it? I forgot. But it is Oreo and Hoarded actually on the side of
Ooh.
Horo, and the double dualies is coming out, and that's gonna be very interesting to see how they're gonna work with, because they also have a Slosher and a Zap to back them up. That's the ample pain and also ample support specials for them to aggress on with their Crab and their CDS, but that's gonna be unfortunately getting picked out so early on here, as the zone is gonna be in favor of Hazard moving into the first 30 seconds of the game right now.
Yeah, actually, I want to say that having the bucket here, even though the bucket was the first player to get knocked out of the game, to get picked up, I think it's a pretty good choice just to be able to play those ledges, of course, especially if you're on the attacking side, because that is absolutely going to help. Unfortunately, this Slosh is not alive in order to do any of that, as these Julies here, these double Julies have been putting in a lot of work trying to get Hazard out of the zone, but you know, these Tri-Strikes I think are just going to be pushing them back even further, as this zone just keeps staying under their control all the way into the 20s.
Definitely into the 20s as well. Now Oreo is on the left side here, trying to get a sneaky thing going on, but Card is going to catch them out instantly, and the push coming up from Hazard going onto the top right side with that splashdown is going to secure more picks, trying to hold on to that zone, but Oreo is the only one left painting over the zone. That's going to be a definitive 100-0 knockout for the first game already, Lily.
Yeah, it is one of those things, right? If you have that limited amount of space to move around, once you are able to gain that control and always have your eyes on where those flanks might be coming from, like we saw in that match as well, you can just keep an eye on them, take out any player who might be trying to rush you down, and just kind of win in that 100-0 knockout that we saw there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Bluefin, you're not gonna have too much grace going into these map modes as well, for how big the zone is sometimes, with the wall in the middle to block out your pain, and the fact that it moves left and right. It's going to be very chaotic for every player to try and hold on to this, but in the end, it was Hazard that came out on top with the specials and with the Ooh, whoa, my throat is acting up. Hold on. My
Yeah,
words got cut out by myself immediately. Well, let's disregard that. Let's move on. It was very hazardous for me.
You don't wanna have a choking hazard just from words of all things. Goodness me, Lila. But yeah, you know what you're saying about the specials exactly right. Hazard were able to, especially with the tri-strikes that we saw at the very end, just have that like smoke screen for them, just to like stop Oreo from being able to move in from as well. And you know, when you have a countdown that's already very near the end, when you want to secure that knockout, just making it that much, just blocking off every single point of re-entry. Even though they had the rise and all these flanks as well that Oreo tried to pull off, Hazard just they were just too hazardous for Oreo to encounter in that match. But you know, things could. I wonder if things could be different here. I mean, you know, this is another one where you have a limited space to move around, but in Hammerhead, you have a lot of space around your spawn to kind of like just paint up the special, right? When you're moving back in,
Yeah,
it is pretty slow to move in off from, because it's a pretty, I don't know, I feel like it's a pretty long distance to travel to the zone here, and it is a straight line as well. So that's something that you got to consider when you're retaking as well.
yeah, definitely. I mean, it's going to be a lot more to consider going into Hammerhead too, because it's just a big linear straight line to going to a lockout as soon as you can. But Horda is going off the dualies, going into a vanilla jet to resort that vac out, and the heavy coming to the side, the purest stack as well with the purest of run speed. No mercy onto that splatting machine that is going to be coming out as soon as they reach into mid here. This is going to be very interesting to watch how both of these teams are going to utilize their backlines here, and unfortunately so, as soon as that happens, it is deja vu on the side of horeosacj, as the bucket went down at the first 20 seconds of the game, but getting that trade out with the zap proves to be a little bit more useful. However, the cooler is already down, so the trade wasn't that successful.
Yeah, I knew you were gonna mention the ink attack, because I know that's one special you really like. I think the ink attack did get popped earlier on, but it might be just that The jet is going to be
Oh,
taken out. Hazard is still coming out with these specials. Two players have gone down. They're still trying to use uh that splashdown just to secure the area that they took so far up into Horio's side of the map. However, Horio might be able to come back in with his tri-strikes, hopefully neutralizing the zone, but we can see that the ends up here just staying alive, making sure it's still painted up, making sure that Hazard still has that advantage for themselves. But those two players are going to be going down once again on the side of
oh,
Hazard.
nice.
Horio is going to be using this advantage that they have to actually move up very, very quickly, I believe.
No, that was their own turf
Really?
of their side of the map. They had to went
Oh, that
back to
was their
deal
own
with the
turf. Oh,
dualies.
yeah,
So
I
that
see.
actually bought Hazard so much time to move through into their court. However, Hornet with the back here trying to hold back that heavy as long as they can. Never mind, the heavy's gonna catch them out, and before they knew it, they were overextending with that back a little bit too much here. As now the zone is back onto neutral in favor of Hazard, flipping that penalty immediately onto Horo. And now that fight on the left pit here is going crazy with Hazard, getting one, getting two down on the side of Hazard. On this Hazard, Hazard have that advantage right now with two-man advantage.
Yeah, they are going to be holding on. Horio is going to be holding on to these specials, actually popping the tri-strikes right now. And the crab tank, hopefully they can find a way to move back in with these because Hazard still has a pretty good lead and those penalty points are ticking down. They're not going to have a lot of time to come back in if Horio is going to be going a couple plays down like that. But, you know, I think if Hazard is just keeping up their game plan, just like using this straight line as an advantage, knowing that like it's pretty predictable where Horio is going to be coming from, the Zookas are going to be very, very useful just to hold them out even further. However, I think Horio might be able to come
Ooh.
back in with these strikes.
Maybe these streaks can cover Hornet on their escape right now, as 3 down on the side of Hazard is going to be proven. That penalty point is not going to stay for long, and the lead could be flipped back, because now they have that special popped out as well. The crab on the right side holding on to their side as long as they need to, and the cooler coming down too to giving them a big safety net to work with, as well as the vac still ready and still dialed up. As soon as they need to, they can just pop it and hold it, and there it is. They came out onto the right side trying to hold out that paint on their side, but unfortunately so, it's still going to go neutral. It's still going to be!
Wow.
Never mind! They find two with the direct, not the explosion with the shot of the vac. Unfortunately, so catching two of Hazards out and bringing that lead in their favor.
That was such a nice Inkovac shot, my goodness. And also having the Julie just caught out like that on the zone as well. This is just going to spell a knockout victory for Horio if they can just keep this up, especially with the strikes coming out once again just to help them out with the zone. This is what we've been seeing a lot, like those strikes just helping out team with the zone, just coming in clutch at the very end like that. Amazing work from Horio as well. This was really like fantastic comeback in that second half of the match as well, which is going to be, I think, bringing them over to the game 3 soon. So, man, I want to see these replays if we can.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at the instant
Here we
replay
go.
now, look at this. Hornets back first
it is-
attempt, not so well in the first try here, Lily. But later on, we would see that double vac will come in sooner or later, because I think that was just like the most crucial picks that Hornet could have gotten there. To flip the things back into their favor in terms of, you know, bringing back the pace and bringing back the lead.
Yeah, of course. And I think that, you know, if there we go. Yeah, you see that double plus the shot going down and the Julie's getting caught out, forcing themselves to being forced to splash down there just to try and get some work done. I think Hazard was just caught in between a rock and a hard place here, where Horio was able to just use all of those like points of not exactly fumbling, but you know, every single thing that they did right there, they did so right, and forced Hazard into a situation where they just couldn't really come back in quick enough. Even with those Julies being caught out like that, it was, I think, just a little bit
Yeah.
too late for them.
Definitely, definitely. I mean, it is just left of the game free situation once again for both of these teams to move on, and it's going to be crab-like zones. It is going to be moving in already too, because they're already ready up and going into this. And let's see if we have any changes. They're going back to the double dualies. Slosher zap here, and the heavy, same comp coming from both teams actually, bringing it back to that first game. We're going to be seeing this onto crab-like capital here, Lily.
Yeah, okay, this should be interesting, I think, in terms of like the wide open spaces. You kind of sometimes expect to see something a little bit more long range, but of course, having that long range come out in terms of having a heavy here. That's, I
Whoa.
think, at least, wow, actually, we're seeing a bunch of really good picks already from Mario onto
Ooh.
Hazard, allowing them to maintain this advantage early on in the match, which hopefully will help them out later on, I believe, in terms of just being able to continue to win these fights with the space that they've been able to take up.
Yeah, definitely. And as well now, if they're going to be holding this pace, they have to stay alive and get their specials up, but unfortunately unable to do so, as now Hazard has their specials dialed up and ready going into the zone. Flipping it back with a free K on the side of Hazard is going to bring them that zone with a 35 penalty on the side of Horzo right now, and they still have some space to work with. As look at it, the heavy on the mid here is going to be able to hold on to the drop side for horeosacj as long as they need to, but Oreo is retaliating with the crab to try and get that space in with the strikes too. Unfortunately, so the heavy is still there. They're gonna have to deal with it before they can even think about attempting on the zone, as they find one on the left side going for the trade.
And that's the lead flip as well. I think the heavy was definitely a good choice here in terms of just being able to stay safe up on those grates. But, you know, with one player down on Horio, still, Hazard is still in a pretty good advantage, but they just don't have the zone just yet in order to maintain this. But, you know, these strikes coming out can definitely help them come back in. Horio is going to be forced back as Hazard is going to be continuing their control. They still have friendly points to work through, of course, but like getting Hario kind of locked out or pushed into those corners here is definitely going to help them win these fights, which they absolutely need to win in order to move back up as well. They're trying to get a lockout going on, I believe, but I believe that Hario is like just trying to fight their way out from it as much as they can. Speaking of a lockout, they do manage to get these players kind of caught out in these corners, but dang it, is actually going to be getting that pick there and staying alive. This crab tank of those strikes is going to be coming out. However, Hazard is going to be losing control of the zone at that moment as Horio gets it back, even with those two players going down.
Oh, but the heavy and the the zap going around there, having to find that pick and able to secure that penalty points is going to be crucial for Hazard to keep going on in this push at the moment, because they still have that lead with relatively the same penalty points. If they just keep holding on to the zone and flipping it back, they can just keep applying those penalty points and give them a bigger window to smaller window to work with in against against Horo at the moment. And now Horo is going to be on that offense, getting that retaliation and getting the zone as well, dropping the zap as well, preventing their cooler expansion at the moment. And Horo looking to set up even further to try and get rid of that heavy as long as they can, because I believe that no one right now can win against that heavy matchup unless they have that special ready and dialed up at this moment, as Hornet is really going for it here. They're really proving me wrong here. They're trying to get the heavy pick as soon as they want to. Here, they do find that heavy pick as well.
They're actually kind of like absolutely being an absolute pest. Another one if they're able to dodge and getting the well, I'm speechless here.
This is gonna be
Mario actually getting this knockout as well, because there's no way Hazard can come back in from that as well. My goodness, I was kind of flabbergasted there.
Hornet.
All my words just left me before I could even say anything. But I think the Hornet being able to get those picks at the very end to help them secure that win as well was absolutely fantastic. That's not a situation you necessarily really want to be in, but when you have that movement tech like we saw Hornet there, just being able to dart around and actually get not only the heavy out of the picture, but also that splashdown. That was part of a splashdown cancel at the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, and Hornet was just proving me wrong with not having a winning matchup, and they just went ahead and killed like 3 people on their team. So you know, I'm none the wiser here.
Yeah, I don't want to discount what the rest of the team were doing, because I know that like being able to lock Hazard out and actually force them into those annoying little corners that you don't want to be forced into when you have 3 players looking around and picking you off like that was also like a very good move, just to make sure that at least one player on Hazard was isolated for quite a few fights that we saw leading into this victory as well. But here, this is that moment. This is that moment where they absolutely clutched out at the very end.
Yeah, definitely. Hornet was just kicking ass and, taking names on the top right side there, getting free people and getting that splashdown cancel in the end too. So just wasted specials, wasted time, and wasted space for Hazard to move on into loser's bracket now. And what was it? It was Nohoro. Horio is going to be moving on to winners round 3. Yeah.
Ooh, true. Speaking of winners round 3, what have we got here? I'm taking a look at the bracket at the moment. We actually have quite a few. We've got Booyah Gang moving forward as well. Booyah Gang, actually, we mentioned Zooka Gang, but Booyah Gang is another team here as well. Booyah Gang and Egghead are going to be duking it out against each other as well as, Hario there as well. We will be moving on to play against Sentinels, the 3rd seed as well. Sentinels have been having a pretty good run so far, getting 2-0 against Incredible, 2-0 against Anxiety Sirens, and if they can keep this up, they might get another 2 against Hario, unless Hario has like some of those clutch plays against Sentinels as well. Who's to say just yet?
Yeah, who's to say it is just yet, but we're going to be coming back to you later when we have that round 3 set up as well. So take on your seats, grab a snack, or whatever it is that you need to do, and we'll come back to Triton Cup round 3 in a bit. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are in the part of the world. We're back with Triton Cup winners round 3 here. I'm joined back once again with Lily Gravy Bed after I've yeeted my E-leader when I ran out of ink to them. How are you doing, Lily? How are you gonna retaliate?
I'm recovering. I'm recovering from your bunk on the head in our little 1v1 we had there. I'm not usually a duelist player, but one thing that I would love to do is, I know we're talking about, that tweet where if you run out of ink, you just bonk someone on the head with them. You know what I think duelists should do? They should just like whack them on the head like multiple times, like do a drum roll, like drumsticks. I reckon that would be funny.
Use the vibrations of the drum, the drop rolls and the rolling mechanic to bonk your enemies.
Yeah, drop roll, more like drum roll or something like that. In any case, so we are gonna be moving on to this next set between Booyah Gang and Egghead. We saw Zooka Gang earlier. Now we've got Booyah Gang, which I'm hoping to see lots of Booyah bombs here. But we are going to be seeing them play on firstly on this very tricky to cap zone, which Booyahs might be pretty good at, like at least forcing back Egghead. I hope in terms of being able to take those bridges. if they can. But you know, what do you think of this map mode, Lila? Because I always find it
it's
like a little tricky here.
it's the solo queue map of all time as a charger. It
It
is the
is
most
okay.
solo queue map mode of all time for solo queue charger for this. And as well as there's Undertow and Scorch. You know, I don't think there's a worse free combinations for a zones map going into this, but we're gonna see what these two teams are playing because they're the one playing, not us. They're gonna be bringing out the deeds, and the Ballpoint Nouveau is gonna be coming out, as well as the E-Leader and Custom Blaster, notably coming from both of these teams. Not sure
I know
who is who
you're
yet.
excited.
Oh, I'm definitely
I
very
know
excited. Yeah.
I know you're excited to see the ballpoint Nouveau for the ink vac, but I'm excited to see like this splashdown blast with the custom blast to come out on the side of B
Oh.
as well, which I think
Oh
is gonna be pretty
no!
cool. Already the ink vac is gonna come out, trying to make some work happen here. There's 2 players down on the side of B gang. Egghead is gonna be maintaining all of this control. My goodness, we saw that leader just being taken out once again. Kind of unfortunate for Booyah gang here. They're gonna have to put a lot of work in to come in off of that push from Egghead. Oh my goodness, they're just
definitely.
rolling forward. The thing is, hang on, do eggs really roll very well? Because they're on a roll.
They're on a roll, but I don't think the eggs necessarily roll very well. They're very asymmetrical shape, but Andy with the Vax has been making that rolling and going. But unfortunately, it is going to be a zone flip back for the side of Booyah gang at the moment. Egghead is going to be, holding out as long as they can, but unfortunately the blaster is going to cut them out in the worst moments of notice, as Slipchat is trying to find still here with their machine skirmish between the two, finding who is the better of the pair. Retake is going to be initiating starting now with the Green Crab tank, trying to hold on to the zone as long as they can, keeping that lead, but unfortunately is going to flip back to the side of Booyah gang. And now the zone is going to go neutral. The Ink Vac is going to come out. The Crab is going to fill it up instantly and killing them as well. 2 down on the side of Egghead. It is going to be 3 down now on the side of Egghead. It is going to be a lead continuation on the side of Booyah gang here, Lily.
Yeah, Booyah gang has been doing pretty good at holding back Egghead, because Egghead, like in that opening where they were able to actually push really far ahead and actually get some really good picks, I think what Booyah gang is actually able to do here is still just hold them back just far enough to make it that much more difficult for them to come back in. Crab tank being popped, dropping down on the zone here, but that Ink Vac once again is just going to be stopping the Crab tank from having too much effect. And with the Booyah coming out, not being able to save it as Booyah gang, ironically, a Booyah gang, ironically, is going to be taking that with the Booyah from the other side, not really allowing them to come in. It was just a little bit too late. That Booyah gang, oh my goodness.
Yeah,
That was
just a
really like a
little bit
Booyah
too
from
late.
Booyah gang there.
You know, yeah, and I just remember these are some very, very familiar names coming from both of these teams. We have Andy on the backline, and as well as Tic Tac on the E-Leader as well. They're a very notable charger player in my experience, looking at like SOS and like paddling pool and some other tournaments that they have been in this week as well, and definitely someone to force to be reckoned with and looking out if you don't want to get caught out in the middle side of things. As I said, this is a solo queue charger map mode of all time, and you have an E-Leader and they can hit those shots. This is just a scary map for you to engage in.
Yeah, which is why I think that in that opening push from Egghead, where they were able to get the leader actually out quite a number of times, or just for long enough for them to be able to actually move forward really easily, that definitely put Booyah gang on the back foot and forced them to really have to play as much to their strengths as possible to actually move Egghead back out of the picture. But you know what, I think the way they're actually able to hold and force Egghead back in that like retake, especially with Booyah gang's crab tanks actually, which I think made a lot of really good work happen for them. Not to discount, of course, I think bringing out the blaster as well was great.
Oh, they're already back at it.
Push them back.
Yeah,
they're ready to
definitely.
go once again. Let's see if they might be sticking to the
Dynamo! Oh wait, yeah, I
the
forgot.
Dynamo.
Oh, Andy does play
cool.
Dynamo, yeah. Andy does play Dynamo. That's just like the second time they've brought it out with the iconic Thermal Ink, if I remember correctly, from the last time I saw Manta Maria Tower Control too, a while back. But
yeah,
we're gonna see how both of these teams.
Well,
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, the Thermal Link here. We're seeing the Crab Tank already come out from inside of Punchy, getting a pick on Tactic here. So things are looking pretty good. It's the same thing as last time, where Egghead were able to get 2, even 3 players down early on. So, you know, once again, they're on a roll. They're on a roll here.
They're
Forcing this
definitely on a
grab as well.
roll.
Oh my
They're
god.
definitely on the roll, rolling backwards indeed. Yoshi able to get out, but that's going to cause them that crab tank to be able to start that retake. One down on the side of Booyah Gang is going to enable them to try and get that second pick. Blaster perishing on the pit before falling into the demise is going to be leading on the side of Egghead right now, holding onto this zone. Booyah Gang has to find some sort of opening to get both of these zones at the same time if they really want to apply that penalty, because not only getting one zone is going to neutralize the map, you're going to have to get both of the zones to be able to get the lead or apply any penalty, as 2 down on each side is going to halt that progression to a 0 for Booyah Gang.
Yeah, Egghead's not letting up. They kind of, 1 point in the previous match, they kind of gave it up to Booyah Gang, but I think they don't want to make that mistake happen again. They're constantly keeping players down on the side of Booyah Gang, but if Egghead, with the help of the end zap, is not able to do anything about that, then, you know, they might actually, you know what, getting these nice picks, actually getting rid of the value of the grab tank there was so good, but we're seeing still here, like just keeping it so neutralized, just to hopefully stall something out for Booyah Gang. The Egghead is going to be taking it very easily. That flank, if they had just that extra bit of time, I think that, you know, it's one of those cases where, you know, the zone just kind of runs out on you before your team can actually come back in and work with you in cases like that, isn't it?
Cases like that is just proven to how Egghead was able to just camp those ledges as much as they need to, and as well as has the special advantage against this team right now, because as much as you want to set up that blaster like I said at the start, unfortunately so that Dynamo just has a better, I think, matchup holding those ledges on this map specifically, because you can swing on the right side to cover the flanks, you can swing on the middle side to hold on to the plat, you can swing on the left side if anybody wants to go there at that point, but in the end it is just going to be a bloodshed on the side of Booyah Gang going into game 2. But now we're going to move on into game 3, which is Scorched Zones, even bigger and wider than Eeltail. This is like the most nightmare zones map list that you could ever think of, Lily.
It is. It's just a massive choke point if you're trying to move up and like hold some kind of lockout. Otherwise, everything's happening on that zone, and not only does everything kind of happen on the zone, you've got this massive structure right in the middle of it that you're gonna have to be dealing with, which just makes it that much more difficult as well to cap.
Yeah.
Once again, you know, all of these zones are so hard to cap, but you know, I find that out of all three, this is probably one of the easier ones. You just have to make sure that you're coordinating your team around that middle tower, of course. And if you can get a wipeout and set something up on the other team's side of the map, you know, if you kind of drop down, it's not gonna be easy to get back up there either.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be really hard for you to get back up onto their side, because the only way you can cross is through the grates, and if you can't get that through, then you're not going to be able to solidly lock them out. You really want to be able to lock your enemies out if you want to get that KO here, but it's a double zap on the side of Eggshells? No, it's Egghead. Egghead has the double zap coming out of their side, and then Carbon with no more charger here. It's the Carbon Deco on the side of Booyah Gang as well. This is a big shape up for both of these teams. They're enabling the most amount of aggression you can for all of their weapons in these comps to be able to fight for the zone as long as they can. But who will be the victor? The one with the double cooler or the one with the AoE Carbon?
Yeah, speaking of AoE, actually, I think Booyah Gang is playing quite a lot of AoE here, and is going to be, unfortunately, going down in any case. All those AoE options are going to be moved, and oh no, they're running out of danger there. You can't really do anything except run when you're on that grate, of course, but this is going to be giving Egghead the zone to play with, of course, looking around for some picks as well, just to try and make sure that Booyah Gang's out of the picture. However, in terms of being out of the picture, we've got Egghead kind of like losing a couple of players at a time. Booyah Gang being able to at least neutralize the zone. They're going to have to work a little bit more and get some picks on Crowny, hopefully, if they're going to be really going to be securing this zone for themselves.
Yeah, it's still a 77 to 78. Unfortunately, that penalty is going to be applied. That 1 point off the lead for the side of Egghead is not going to be taken, as now Booyah Gang is going to take out this penalty and trying to camp out as long as they need to. Once again, those AoEs are proving to be quite a menace on the side of Booyah Gang to be able to get off those ledges, because now the combo coming from next and still with the blaster in his machine is going to find one on the side of Egghead with the zap, and now the cooler is down. Are they going to be able to keep moving on, keep going with it, because the cooler just got popped on the top of Plat, but two of the teammates, three of them actually, are already down there, so nobody could actually grab this cooler and able to retake. However, it is a zone flip for the side of Egghead, immediately finding those two picks on top. It is just left with the blaster of next on top to try and find it, but that's going to be a delayed wipe, unfortunately so.
Yeah, well, this hopefully will give them space for Egghead to kind of start moving up ahead, but they're dealing with a few things happening in the middle of the map here before they can do that. They're just trying to make sure that things are as safe as possible for moving in. Unfortunately for them, I think they ran out of time to do anything about getting a lockout, as Yoshi's Crab Tank is going to be coming out and helping them to take that zone back as well before they can even get a lead on Booyah Gang. Egghead is forced to retreat here, unfortunately, and Booyah Gang are just going to be playing their AoEs as much as they can, with the Zooka coming out to hopefully punish that Crab Tank, but Tactic's actually going to be getting the pick out of all of that.
Ooh, they tried to do the little splashdown tech there. If you jump up just a little bit, you can have your splashdown fists in the front of the ledge that is going to be upon you, but that's going to be a wipe on the Booyah Gang. Disregard everything. Crowny and the others is just running through the grates one by one like a train with the coolers going into the right side there. Now holding on to their plat side, finding one pick of the blaster too. That's their main AoE dealt and done with. Now they can just hold on to this plat as long as they need to take that lead. 10 points left on the penalty. All three of them is on the right side trying to fight out Crowny, with the Zooka now coming out from the top of the snipe. It's going to be able to find Slurp Trap with the tactique on the carbon, now diving into zone. Lead flip back on the side of Egghead is going to be able to get in, but Tactic is going to get down as well.
Oh my goodness, they popped the Zooka and they just went down after that. I thought they were hopefully going to be able to get a pick from that, but it's 3 down on the side of Egghead actually. Booyah Gang is coming out strong despite their carbon going down. Once again, running across the grates, I always find it looks a little bit silly seeing all these little inkfish just run across there. There's like little kids just having a good time. Anyway, Booyah Gang, they've got a strong chance of getting a lead here and getting some kind of lockout as well on Egghead. Things are looking up for them, but Egghead has got their specials charging up. Their Crab Tank, potential Crab Tank, has been eliminated before they can make any work from that. But, you know, with the help of that Zooka charge, they might actually be able to come back in. We are seeing the specials come out. This is exactly what I was hoping to see for them.
What is going on?
What's happening to the room?
It is the 1 point curse of all time!
No! Not again. I feel like this is the second tournament in a row that I've done with you, Lila, where we've seen exactly this happen. No. But you know, it happens. It happens sometimes, and we don't know who's gonna be winning this match just yet.
We don't know, but let's look at some of the replay. Actually, the only replay on what just happened. The zone was at 1, and then the DCs happened. I think on different server ends that just you know, someone DC'd, and on some of their screen it is their zone. It is not their zone. You know. Oh, it is Booyah Gang that takes it. Okay. Booyah Gang. It should be Booyah Gang that takes it, according to the streamer, but we're going to see in a little bit. We're going to hang tight just a little bit longer just to get the confirmation and see what's going on, but unfortunately so, on that DC, we're never going to know what's going to happen, Lily.
Yeah, oh god, it's a little bit tricky sometimes that happens. I know that for viewers not being able to see the end of the game is like, oh no. But you know, I think, you know, Booyah Gang, they're able to get down to 1 if they just held that zone just a little bit longer. Yeah. Okay. So I do believe that they would have won that one in any case anyway. So
yeah.
Let's have a look at these replays, Lila. What can you tell us here?
Yeah, I could definitely say the AoEs coming from Booyah Gang once again was just like so much more prominent on this map than just the double zap on the side of Eggheads there. Like, as much as I would love to have double cooler cycle coming from the side of Eggheads, I don't think you have enough ledge camping forces or just like enough a wave of pressure to put down Booyah Gang's amount of like killing power and the amount of area denial that they have, even with the double suction bomb. It's just not going to be enough, Lily.
Yeah, I think that having the AoE choice that they had there, because we're talking about how difficult it is to kind of get up onto the other team's side of the map, because you've got those unhuggable walls to deal with. But what you can do is just camp underneath them and use your AoE just to throw up that damage over those corners, over those ledges, to make it that much more difficult and dangerous for the defending team to actually come back in and get those picks, of course. And of course, AoE weapons, they they can either one shot, maybe two shot your plays as well. So you don't want to be engaging them unless you're absolutely sure that they're not gonna get you. Of course, but, that is Booyah Gang taking that set, and they'll be moving on. Egghead going into losers. I'm gonna take a look at the bracket at the moment to see how things are going, because round 4, Booyah Gang will be playing against the first seed, Gata. Hang on.
Gata. It's I think it's a European language, German. I don't know.
It's something.
Probably, yeah. But Project R.A.T and Sentinels in the bottom bracket there will be conjuring into the winners finals as well. So yeah, excited to see both of these teams working it up. But we're gonna decide on that stream, Lily. Like you said, keep staring at that bracket, keep getting your snacks, whatever it is. We're gonna come back to you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Triton Cup. It is I, Lily Gravy Bread, and I'm here with Lila Russ of V-Scope for the counterpick stage of Triton
Yippee!
Cup.
This brings up the
This should be
discussion
interesting.
again, Phil. Lily, why doesn't all
Yeah.
tournaments run zones only here?
Why don't? Because it's good. I think it's pretty good to switch up if you are in a scene where if you're in a scene where a lot of teams kind of stick together and come up with strategies for different map modes and things like that, rather than necessarily like play one mode, having all these different modes I think can be interesting in terms of just being able to show all these different aspects of play from your team. But of course, with zones, you have the benefit of just being able to focus on one mode. Just make sure if you got your solid mechanics going for you, and you can basically like pick up with anyone you want and kind
Yeah,
of
definitely.
play. And if you have like really solid mechanics and are able to like, because
Yeah,
this is basically the simplest mode in the game.
definitely.
You cap the zone, you win fights, you win. That's kind of
Mm-hmm.
what you're really going to be thinking about. Really have to just make sure that
Definitely.
you understand like what your other team, what the other players on your team are doing, how the
Mhm.
map geometry kind of plays out, how the map plays out, and then you've kind
Yeah.
of like got like as much understanding as you really need in order
Mm-hmm,
to
mm-hmm.
make these games work for you. And of course,
It's...
pickup teams are probably going to be benefiting more from playing all zones tournaments than anything else. And of course,
Mm-hmm.
with Triton Cup happening as regularly as it does, it's
Yeah?
always a great zones tournament to play in.
Yeah.
However, we are going to be seeing Project R.A.T and Sentinels come in, and these are some players I recognize. Wug, Toba, Tamako. I know, of course, these are some very strong players. Actually,
E-leader!
Wug's going to be coming out with the
V-scope!
Scope. But this is your thing. But Wug's going to be coming out, I think,
Yeah.
very interestingly with the
Reflux.
Reflux
Yeah, Reflux
with
definitely is
some.
going to be interesting choice on the zones here because you got
Mhm.
missiles, you got a lot of paint, but you're not going to be able to paint if you're going to get sniped out here. Sun is going to find out one trade onto equal sides for both of these teams, for Sentinels and Project R.A.T here. Still holding on to relative ease, and like you said, if you can find out those solid mechanics and kills, you're going to be able to find those picks hugely like they did with this Zooka here, and they're trying to shut down that Vec as they do with a free down situation on the side of Project R.A.T. It is going to be, free down on the side of Sentinels. It is going to be in favor of Project R.A.T dropping the stage halfway through already, Lily, with 1 minute into the game.
Yeah, Project R.A.T. I like the choice of bringing out the reflux because having those missiles, we actually saw them very early on in the game, which actually pushed out the leader from being able to take up a very good position, very strong position for themselves. Speaking of leader, that leader is going to be picked up once again, but so is the reflux as well. But they are being forced back just a little bit, losing control here. Maybe Sentinels are able to actually start slowly moving up ahead with the Zooka, of course, trying to find a pick, isolating a player there. Still not being able to find one, however. That's still them going to be staying alive, but Cooler will certainly at least help them out by moving forward when they can. But, I think more than anything, that Zooka is, not that Zooka, the Cooler is going to be helping him dodge that Zooka. But, here comes your favorite special, Lila. Here comes your favorite
Yeah!
special.
The ink vac able to clear the way, pave the way for them to even hold that space. The 52 wasn't going to think about trying to go into a space with no ink and no mobility. But the E leader is going to find that first pick and initiating that retake coming from Project R.A.T. But the penalty points are already gone on the side of Sentinel, as now the points are ticking down from 42 to 30 points. And 2 down on the side of Project R.A.T is going to hold all of this push power with the 3rd down on the side of Angel. Getting that pick onto the E leader is going to prove to be very, very problematic, but the missiles are going to try to say something about it. 10 points left on the clock, although only some missiles landed on the court. Are they going to be able to hold the zone out, make it neutral? Yes, they do. However, 2 down outside the Project R.A.T is going to be done for Sentinels to take this game 100-0. First game into it.
That is done and dusted. What a very clean zone cap by the end of it as well. Even though those missiles coming back, they were able to do some very solid work early on in the game, especially being able to move out the leader. But I think just by the end, when the rest of the team was still trying to come back in, you couldn't really get much of a play off the back of those missiles, even if it did kind of move out those players just momentarily on the side of Sentinels. They were just able to come back in and cap the zone once again.
Yeah, definitely. The zone cap is very strong on the side of Sentinels as soon as they got that retake with the VAC, and then the Gluga is able to enable it. And I've seen the Gluga pair up with the Charger so much recently. I want to know what's going on. It's like the first time I've seen a Gluga paired up with a Charger to try and charge into these zones, and I don't understand what's going on, but they're making it work, and I'm proud of them. As props to them. You know. And this also sets a precedent on what zones only will do in a situation where counterpicks is available. It's just going to be the same like couple map modes that's going to be thrown in into these sets. And if we go to a game 5, I can predict that Mako zones and Haggle zones will be on this map list at least once. You know, for whoever is trying to counterpick this Lily.
Yeah, of course, and also I reckon Robo Ramen zones, of course, is going to be popular counter pick as well. But you know, Mako and Haggle zones are probably a couple of the most popular, or at least long-standing popular Splatoon 3 zones maps. As much as like I find Haggle zones to be boring, it's a very, very
Never mind, Lily.
Wait, what?
It is Mincemeat Metalworks zones on the counterpick.
No way. No way, Mincemeat on a counterpick? What is going on? The world has gone topsy-turvy. Do people actually want to play Mincemeat zones? Someone's cooking something, that's for sure. Someone's cooking something on Project R.A.T. I reckon, you know, with such an unusual pick as a reflux, perhaps they're gonna... They've got something unusual in the works here.
The unconventional route is real if they're trying to push it out. I mean, we saw how Mincemeat gameplay is. It is just build special, throw specials, trying to get the pick off the specials, and then maybe get a lockout going, and then bam. But, you know. Yeah.
I just want to see what they're going to be doing here. I want to see what they've got cooking. I can see in the lobby there's so close. They're so close to being here with their finalized weapon comps here. I just wanna see what they're cooking. Missiles were pretty good in that first push as a pick, so having something like that come out again could be interesting as well. I know Wug is a junior and roller player, however, so we might be seeing something. There's the junior. Yeah, I love to see junior. We might be able to see some bubble. You have to be gonna gavel here. You don't want to get the mini bubble on zone under those grates, however, but you know, Tubba's gonna be playing the E leader here as well, which of course is gonna be fantastic. It's just being able to have those oppressive sight lines to force people out and make it very difficult to move in from.
Yeah, definitely. Very difficult to move on if you have that leader on both of those sides, so you just have to play very patiently, or get a Zooka pick to get them out. But that's 2 down on the side of Project R.A.T on their own counter pick. That's not going to work too well for the start. Sentinels are going to try and take out that stack as soon as they can against Wug, but that bomb is going to be able to not bomb. The E-leader shot is going to be able to secure that jump out for Wug to be able to start this hold, but unfortunately so, this Gluka is causing even more chaos with the fizzy bomb coming from the side. It's just a big pincer going on for Project R.A.T at the moment. Unfortunately so, everyone cluttered on the right side here, able to find the junior once again. Just a big stagger going on at the moment with the cooler ready too from Mango. It is going to start this seam rolling ball down the hill, Lily.
Oh wow, yeah, this is they're actually on a roll here, especially with taking out these players. But you know, Project R.A.T, they've kind of been a couple of plays down for a lot of this game. I want to see them be able to win these fights against Sentinels. I know that being able to get the glue out and actually can't move in off the back of that, but they are losing players left, right, and center on Project R.A.T here. Sentinels have got such a strong hold. Every single time Project R.A.T tries to kind of move in on them, Sentinels is there ready and waiting. There was at one point, and they had 3 players go down as well as they were closing on that one point, that final point they had to get through as well. So Sentinels, very strong knockout here on Mincemeat zones. What an interesting counter pick, but you know, if you're able to make it work, like we saw Sentinels do, you're able to make it work. Sentinels are in a very comfortable position now, having these 2 wins on the board so far.
Yeah, definitely very comfortable for them to move on with the 2 wins in the lead. And bear in mind, this is best of 5, so they have to get 1 more win to be able to take this set very dominantly and quickly too. So, what will Project R.A.T do at this point to counter Sentinels in their steamrolling run of a set right now?
Absolutely. Project R.A.T actually has to win 3. Do you reckon we can see a reverse sweep? I reckon we could see a reverse sweep from Project R.A.T. They've had these 2 games experience so far against Sentinels. They know how Sentinels perhaps going to be playing, and Project R.A.T, of course, have the benefit of having a counter pick as well. Maybe not mincemeat this time. I mean, you can't pick mincemeat anymore, of course, it's already been chosen. But I want to see what they're going to be cooking once again.
Yeah, definitely to see what they're cooking. It will be really, really awesome to understand what the thought process for both of these teams is going into these map modes. But we're going to see the counter pick of brine water zones into this, and it's not something I think a lot of people agree with if it's a good or bad mode. It's there, but like both of these teams are playing E-leader chargers, so maybe they're just gonna whip that out to try and see who has the better mechanics, see who has the better game sense on that weapon, and see who wins. But at the same time, the AoE ledge camping here is going to be huge if you have the right things to do with it. The junior with the bombs and the bubble can also be very, very hard to get through here.
Yeah, of course. I reckon having Wagon Junior here would be fantastic in terms of just being able to poke up, especially where Sentinels are going to be perching their charger. So, if the Sentinels are going to be bringing out that leader once again, which is kind of what I expect them to do. I expect Project R.A.T to have the leader online as well, just to be able to have those like really fantastic sight lines where you can have your leader doing some really good work here. But, if either of these teams have anything that can poke up and really push out the backline, then that's also just going to be a great benefit to them as well. But we are at match point here. If Sentinels win this and they take the set,
Yeah, definitely. But the
Pencil.
Yeah,
Ooh,
Pencil
actually,
against the
I'm not
E-leader. No, Pencil
I'm not
against the
surprised going
E-leader.
with the Pencil.
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
the
you can
E-leader
paint the
scope.
zone by yourself, but I'm just really concerned on how they're going to be able to keep painting it out. And look at that, Sun already got that one pick on the side of Sentinels already. I mean, on the side of Project R.A.T already, it doesn't look too bright. But in contrast, look at how fast the zone got painted out, even with that one down because of the Pencil.
Yeah, absolutely. That's 2 players down on the side of Project R.A.T. Sentinels are just going to be moving forward with the wipeout. Things are looking absolutely fine for Sentinels at the moment. They're just going to be staying up here with the lockout ready to, I don't know, just hopefully get for them to get a very quick 100-0 sweep. Project R.A.T, they need to keep their players alive. They need to make sure that they can do something with this Zooka in order to get back in. But, I think that this is just going to be a couple of plays lost. They're just still on the back foot here. 3 players down on the side of Project R.A.T. What I want to see Project R.A.T do is perhaps find a way to drop down and flank the zone somehow, because
somehow
there is
they
no
really gotta
way.
get it,
There's no way. Yeah.
I mean, there really is no way for them to hold on to that zone unless they got that bubble down and then trying to paint it out immediately, and Wug is going to do that. Actually, they just did it without it. They just painted out as much as they can. The Pencil outpaint really is so hard on this map mode, but now Angel is going to pop that Booyah bomb and try to catch them out on the right side. Getting one down on the side of Sentinels is going to give Project R.A.T here a little bit more of a fighting chance. Unfortunately, so getting traded out by Dead. Glucadoolies, it's not something that you want. Whale coming out as well from the 52 is going to enable free down on the side of Sentinels, actually. Project R.A.T is going to be able to move up.
Yeah, this is good for Project R.A.T. They're not moving up too quickly because I know that they just want to be waiting out the Zooka, but of course the V-shot is going to be going down here. They're just playing so patiently to try and make sure they're not rushing in and dying, because, the problem they've had so far is they haven't had the player advantage to be able to capitalize off any pushes they want to make and any retakes they want to make as well. Even though the Booyah bomb is going to be neutralizing the zone here, it's quite possible that Project R.A.T is just going to be very quickly painting over it with the help of that Pencil. However, the Zooka coming out, getting rid of that backline is going to spell out some kind of disaster for Project R.A.T if they get into the same situation that they got into earlier on in the game. They're definitely going to have to try and hold the bottom of the ramp in order to stop that from happening. And with 2 players going down on Sentinels, it does look like they're not going to be making that same mistake twice, as here comes the zone recap once again.
Yeah, once again, that recap, if that disaster was spelled as only 1 player down, that disaster is spelled pretty wrong here, because now 4 down on the side of Sentinels, a wipeout is going to secure a lot more space for Project R.A.T to be able to enable their cooler, enable their players to keep on pushing right now. Look at that, already on their plat with the cooler, getting that 1 pick with the Pencil. Nice shots coming from them. 2 down again, once again, getting caught out, but unfortunately, so are they going to be able to find the fur? They're going to find 2 trades out. It's going to be a 2v4 situation still, because now this Project R.A.T has Sentinels regrouped and now putting onto their plat, but they still need just a little bit more points. The zone is going to get painted out with the Booyah bomb going neutral, but a wipeout on side of Sentinels means that this is going to be a win for Project R.A.T to go back in to a 2-1 situation. Oh my
Wow.
goodness.
Wow, that was, amazing to be able how Project R.A.T were able to adapt to Sentinels in this particular map mode. Having the pencil there, of course, to just be able to quickly recap the zone as the rest of the team can move up and also work with the bubble on the zone just to help secure it as well was fantastic move from Project R.A.T as well. Sentinels, it's their turn. It's their turn for the counter pick now, but having these three players go down, this is the start of Project R.A.T's victory here. This is where they knew just to play safe, as they didn't get the wipeout just yet, but just playing safe and patient in order to make sure that when they have the advantage to actually move forward and find that lockout that they so dearly needed, especially to win that game, that is the moment where eventually they were able to make a comeback.
Yeah, definitely. So, oh my goodness.
The comeback from 3 times on Sentinel's part was really
Mm.
a great approach. They had the Booyah bomb on the other side of the map, so that the other side of the zone, I mean, and then let your teammates paint out the right side is a great approach. However, it just got caught out by the Zooka there, getting 2 downs on the front, and then the 52 cleaning up on the right side there. It's just smooth and done and dusted. But it is going to be a game 4, and we're going to move on to, like you said, Robo Ramen Zones here.
Yeah, we're getting something I absolutely love, and it's once again kind of reminding me that I wanna eat some breakfast at some point. But this is more fun and exciting than breakfast, I think. Robo Ramen Zones. We've seen this before. We've seen how this can play out, and of course, having the flanks and places where you can move to here. I think it's going to be very interesting. See if Project R.A.T is going to be bringing out some rat strategies or something like that to deal with Sentinels.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, um, Sentinels just really gotta find what they find the most comfortable with to be able to work it out. And if they're still sticking with that E leader, this map is kind of perfect for it. It has such a great stare into the open of mid, and as well as the ledges that you can use to stand on top of on the enemy side to camp out their side of the map. But we're gonna see how they're gonna play it out as we go into this, and I'm very excited too because Lily, as soon as this is over, I'm gonna get some food. I'm very hungry. I'm gonna get some munchies like instantly.
Yum. I'm looking at this and feeling hungry already, but I'm hungry for another game, especially from these two teams. We're actually seeing Sun bring out the bamboo, which is definitely a switch up I didn't expect here, and Turbo is going to be sticking to the pencil, of course. I played pencil here, but I played pencil like a couple of times just to see what it felt like as a non-backline play. But Project R.A.T actually going to be taking the first zone cap actually with those Galukas going out, but those the 52 gallon side of Project R.A.T is going to be being taken out of the first game as well. But I think this is probably why the bamboo was one of the picks they wanted here, because you do have the ability to kind of move in with those lasers.
Ooh. Yeah, the lasers indeed from the bamboo is going to help the Gluga trying to set up for those pushes on the paint. But unfortunately so, getting caught up with the Zooka here from Tomoko is going to be able to find 1, maybe 2. Unfortunately, just getting the chip down. Trading out that 52 immediately. That zone is still on neutral for the side of Sentinels. However, penalty points is applied now for the side of Sentinel and leading back on a 67 points remaining here. But instantly flipping it back with the numbers advantage that they had. Sentinels has that cooler down ready and going as well to be able to move up on their space. Are their teammates going to be able to come back for it though? Yes, they are. 3 of them are coolered up and they're going to keep pushing into it with just the pencil and the junior waiting here. Kara is going to go for it. Kara is really going to try. Unfortunately so, getting bombed out. They're just going to have to wait just a little bit longer.
Yeah, Sentinels is absolutely able to bomb out Project R.A.T, though, as we saw, Turbo had to very much back up, so that's the backline not really able to come into full effect just yet, as Sentinels is just going to be pushing forwards here, especially the Zooka coming out. Wog is going to be popping Bubble, hopefully to be able to make some way back in, and it does mean that at least one player is going to be going down on either side, though, so this is still going to be in Sentinel's advantage, but with the Zooka coming out, trying to find a pick, doesn't look like anything's going to be happening yet for Project R.A.T. Something really does need to happen if they want to stay in this game, though.
Yeah, definitely, if they really want to stay in this game. But that's going to be 3 down on the side of Sentinels. No, 3 down on the side of Project R.A.T to going into this, and the zone is back capped for the side of Sentinels. They really got to find something now if they really want to be able to get the zone. One trade on the East, on the Junior and the Fing is going to be going into a 2-down situation for both of these teams. Now the 52 is going to come charging with the pencil and getting that zone down into a penalty point of 63 for the side of Sentinels. This is going to be huge for Project R.A.T to be able to hold on just a little bit longer. However, the specials are coming back in. The Whale is already out here, stalling them out. Getting a 2-down situation on the side of Project R.A.T is going to push back the zone immediately in favor of Sentinels here. It's going to be a huge push coming from Sentinels.
Yeah, this is Sentinels is just looking for a lockout here. Project R.A.T needs to be able to find a way to make his flanks work if I think they want to be able to come back in from it, because you can't just rush forwards like that unless you actually have something like these walls to actually make some quick work and stay safe. This is actually looking fantastic. Double 2 picks from the side of Project R.A.T, but they've gone 3 players down in the process, so that's not really gonna be helping them come back in. Sentinels is still just like, even when they're losing players, they're just playing patiently, knowing when to back out and come back in just to apply that brutal forward momentum against Project R.A.T. And Project R.A.T is really struggling to stay alive for much of this game, but I do believe that if Project R.A.T is able to make use of this bubble to come back in, we might actually see them at least hold on for a little bit. Thing is, Sentinels, they're constantly having that players in zone to make
free down though
every single time.
Yeah, free down on the side of Sentinel is just going to enable that pushback immediately, although, as like you said, the amount of aggression that Sentinel has put up, that free down just enabled Project R.A.T to be able to keep going at the moment. Setting up that on that ledge here with the penalty points finally gone for the side of Project R.A.T. They're going to be able to get some score down, hopefully down to an 8 as well, but unfortunately the 52 is going to go down on the right side here from the Glugas, and they're going to try and sneak up on the right to be able to clean up that zone, but the Junior with the bubble is going to be able to hold out just a little bit longer, enable that 52 to come back in, but the Cooler on the side of Sentinels is out and ready to go. They're going to be initiating that push on the zone with the Booyah Bomb. First goes down is the Bamboo and the 52 on each side, and as well as the zone still in favor of Project R.A.T. It is looking grim for the Project R.A.T still. It is going to be zone flip back for the side of Sentinels right now.
Oh yeah, they almost had it. I think if they were able to actually move in and win another fight there, then Project R.A.T may have been able to hold onto the zone even longer. Wug's still going to be coming out with the bubble, unfortunately going down there, so Sentinels is just going to be holding this, I think, pretty comfortably. However,
never mind.
3 players down, as Project R.A.T is perhaps able to make a comeback. They still have a lot of penalty points to go through. They've got a lot of work in order to get an overtime win here. But an overtime win is the thing they're going to be looking for at the moment if they want to stay in this set and hopefully initiate some kind of reverse sweep.
Yeah, definitely. We'd love to see it if that happens right now, but there's 10 seconds left on the clock, and as well around 10 points left on the board too. The Booyah Bomb is going to come out with the Whale. The Zooka is going to try and retaliate. Is what going to be able to paint out the zone with the bubble in time with it. With the zone, yes, they do. 10, 11, 9, and then 8 points. Project R.A.T was able to clutch it out at the last second with their bubble and the Zooka to take game 4, going into a game 5 situation, people. Match 4 for the both of them. It is going to be set.
Oh yeah, we actually saw Wug's bubble come out quite a number of times, not only in that match, but also in previous ones, just to help them recap the zone. I think it just worked out super well. Well-deserved fist bump as well for those bubble plays. Even those bubble placements were like very much in the same spot. It just worked so consistently for them that every time it happened, every time they popped that bubble, they were just in a good spot just to retake the zone and stay alive to make sure that when they could move forward, they had at least some kind of advantage, of alive. Because Project R.A.T, I feel like their biggest problem has been making sure they have a player advantage. But when they do actually have the player advantage in those like few times they have, like here for example, they're absolutely able to make very, very quick work and get very strong leads on Sentinels. So I'm looking forward to seeing if they can get this working in their favor again in the next match, because Sentinels has been very good at least like getting early picks on Project R.A.T and making sure that like Project R.A.T is kind of a bit more on the back foot to allow Sentinels like very aggressive playstyle to kind of catch Project R.A.T out and not allow them any space or any breathing room to come back in from.
And while we're still waiting for the counter pick here, Lily, going into this game 5 already. Actually, we have been getting full game sets throughout the last three sets here. It's gonna be the 4th one as well, going into the what is it? Winners round 4 at the moment, but we're gonna take a look at it real quick here while we're still waiting for the counter pick on the losers bracket side here. Egghead and Hazard is going head to head at the moment in losers round 4. And Rage and Friends is also going against Mega. Horo is against yeah, I can't pronounce that name. And then Ramus and Aruma is at the bottom of that round 4 bracket as well.
It does look like Hora has actually been lost 2-1 against well, let me see if I'm with this.
Gonna have to cut you short real quick here, Lily. We're gonna be moving into the next game, the final one. It is going to be the staple, the vanilla, the ultimate decider for this set. It is going to be Mako Zones.
Yeah, I know, it's better than Haggle Zones, and I'm so glad we're not seeing any Haggle Zones, because in my opinion, even though it's such a staple, it's a little bit boring compared to Mako Zones. We've got like such a nice amount of flanks, interesting routes to go down, and a lot of ledges to camp. I wonder if Wug's going to be sticking to Junior, of Wug's going to bring out the
Junior it is.
roller. It's going to be Junior, of course, and actually Sun has swapped over to Pencil, so it's Pencil on either side.
And then
which
V-Try
is
too.
definitely going to be great at painting zones, and of course Mango with the Tri-Slusher, of course, is going to be extremely useful at making sure those ledges are very dangerous for Project R.A.T to be sticking to for too long.
Oh, not sticking for too long as well. Mango already catching one astray in the mid, getting the one on the right stack as well. 2 down on the side of Project R.A.T is going to enable an Angel to get the pick onto the Wug here. 3 down now is just left a Pencil on the side of Project R.A.T to be able to hold on to this. And once again, the floating sprinkler is here to show us what the MVP of this match is going to be.
Yeah, getting a sprinkler up there just gonna be the extra bit of chip damage that you don't want to have to be dealing with if you're trying to retake the zone. Well, you know, we saw Sentinels actually do the same kind of thing that we've seen them in all those previous matches. Even if Project R.A.T has won a couple of them, getting a couple of early picks and making sure they have space to move forward with all the aggression that they have is just absolutely making the push down to the 30s work magnificently. Project R.A.T still on the back foot, 2 players down here. Sentinels has strikes ready to go whenever they need it, but I reckon they're just going to be holding onto that just in case Project R.A.T starts coming in just a little bit too aggressively.
Wait, it's going to be a knockout already! That's 2 down! That's 2 down!
This is 3 down actually in the side. Sentinels are going to be taking that 100-0 against Project R.A.T so cleanly with such a fantastic push all the way down to 0. And you know what? It was exactly that thing that I kind of expected when they were just holding on to those strikes just for that moment, knowing that if anyone comes back in, because you know you're feeling the danger of you really need to get that zone capped in order to retake stuff the timer from spelling the end of the match here, and having those strikes online just at the very end just to stop that from happening as well really confirmed the victory for Sentinels here.
Definitely here. The inkjet and the specials usage coming from Sentinel is just top notch. They cycled it perfectly to have enough space for each specials to work on their own accord and their amounts of need to be able to hold the zone, because like the ink strikes coming from T-Tech held on at the last second just long enough for the zones to not be approached by Project R.A.T there, and that's not going to be a reverse sweep coming from Project R.A.T. It is Sentinel shutting it down with the Game 5 win, going into the grand finals, not grand finals, the winners finals for the winners bracket. But speaking of that, it will be our time to head out here, Lily. This has been a lovely time with you.
It has been. It's always a lovely time commentating with you, Lila. And I know we're both kind of hungry, so I'm looking forward to eating a snack or some breakfast.
Get yourself some treat, get yourself some food,
Maybe get some snacks from Mako Mart, of course, like we saw there. But in any case, this is going to be time for us. We are going to be heading up, but don't go away just yet, people in chat. There's still many more Triton Cup matches left, of course, and losers bracket as well, and also there's still the winners finals coming up as well. But before that, we do have to say bye to all of you. Lila, where can the good people of the internet find you?
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter or X, whatever you call it nowadays. Lila Resvisco, and where can we find you too, Lily Gravy Bread?
You can find me on Twitter, on Blue Sky, and on Twitch. Lily Gravy Bread is the username there. It's the handle. You can see that in on the screen at the very bottom. And you can also find the both of us commentating once again in Squid Junction, which is happening tomorrow. I'm very much looking forward to that, Lila.
Yeah,
But
me too. Me too. We're gonna pass it on though. Yeah, we're gonna be passing on to Rice and Pat.
To the next Rice and Pat. I hope they have lots of fun. This is always a fun tournament to see how things are going on. But without further ado, it's time for us to say adieu. Goodbye, everyone, and
Goodbye,
enjoy the rest
everyone.
of Triton Cup.
Hey and welcome back! We are now in with a new duo, that is me, Pat, here with Rice. Rice, how are you doing tonight?
I'm good. It's actually still morning for me, but that's
Oh.
that's EU and NA if you know it. If you know
Yep.
how it is. But we are going into winners finals for Triton Cup right now. I think we're looking at winners. Yes, we are going into winners finals. Yes.
Yep, we are going into winners finals, and we just saw Sentinels win 3-2 against Project R.A.T. Meanwhile, Booyah Gang beat the scene number 1 3-1 and secured their spot into winners finals. Both of these teams are fired up and ready to rumble. So let's see what they're able to do. We will start on Hagglefish Zones. Rice, that's the ideal map to start. It's the classic, we know how it works, we know how it goes. So a great way to showcase these teams right away.
It's the classic, I'm starting a scrim. Alright, let's start on Hagglefish Zones. The classic. But it is super good to showcase how strong these teams are at holding and pushing back in.
Yeah, and we'll see how they're able to do. Here we go. Booyah Gang bringing the Blaster and the E-Liter. Meanwhile, Sentinels bringing back the Glue Gas. And that Splatoscope could be outranged by the E-Liter, but has a wall, so it's fine.
Yeah, definitely. The ZNF Charger, definitely a more, I would say, aggressive choice here. But we see the Glue Gas going down early, and Booyah Gang gets the cap first here.
And Booyah Gang, they're able to really push forward. And one thing that I love about Booyah Gang is that they always go incredibly aggressive without a tactic ruler. They don't care, they take the risk, and that risk usually pays off for them. And look at that, the E-Liter onto the glass, just dodging dodging the tri-strikes like it's nothing.
Yeah, the E-leader set up there really aggressively, had to back up here, but you know, they're just holding the zone here, waiting for jumps for the rest of their team, and able to recap the zone and get a pick there.
Yeah, and they don't have that much painting power outside of a splash. Booyah Gang, they don't have that much paint, but they managed to keep Sentinels at bay so well right now. It doesn't matter, and the zone is at 15 points right now. Sentinels have to run to the zone right now if they want to just delay things.
Yeah, Booyah Gang really just said, who needs paint when I just keep killing people? And we can see that right here.
So close right now, but 4 versus 2 for Sentinels. Sentinels just need to paint and they are keeping themselves alive. They are staying in that game, and now it's their turn to initiate the lockout. So we'll see how Booyah Gang does when they're on defense now.
Yeah, Booyah Gang is gonna be a little tough with less paint on their side, but they do have this crab ready. Whenever they need, they can start pushing in here.
Yeah, and we'll see how that push goes, but Sentinels right now, they have a pretty good lockout too. That Booyah Bomb is going to catch the machine and delay a lot of things right now. Ooh! Ooh!
That splashdown cancel! Oh my god!
And 3 down onto Booyah Gang. Sentinels suddenly are looking to get the KO of their own 20 points away. And it's Booyah Gang that's panicking now. Oh!
Yeah, we see the stagger on the side of Booyah Gang and Sentinel taking the lead. Only a couple ticks left.
Oh! What a comeback!
Yeah, Booyah Gang doing a great job at the beginning, holding, but once they got into that defensive position, Sentinels was easily to just hold that lockout with just staggering their specials, knowing when to push up and when to back up.
Yeah, it's as you said, Booyah Gang had that splash to break the crab tank to allow for retake, but having a blaster and a machine next to that, going forward, like you're still lacking paint when the crab is active because like your main painter is not there to paint your feet. So it was really tough for Booyah Gang to move forward. They really needed the whole team, and Sentinels just managed to get the few extra picks that stopped Booyah Gang in their tracks and really allowed them to keep the zone just a little bit longer.
Yeah, definitely. We see the three down situation here. It's just the machine. The machine can't really hold that long. And we can sort of just see here Sentinel pushing up when they needed to, but they started backing up knowing that they just have to play for the zone.
Yeah, like in the end it was close. Like if Booyah Gang manages to hold the zone for just 4 more seconds, it's a win for them. So both of these teams pretty close, and now we are going on to Booyah Gang's counter pick. So, like Sentinels, if this game was close, if Booyah Gang chooses the map, they can get like an extra edge, something like to win it all, and we are going to go on to Crablet Capital.
Crablet Capital, very interesting pick. I think they're playing off probably like their comp with a lot of things to poke around ledges, playing around the different angles, and then, you know, E-leader on this map sort of just shoots across the map.
Yeah, I think if you have an E-leader and a crab tank on your team, going on crab leg is a pretty good choice. That doesn't need to be questioned much. And yeah, we'll see. I mean, Sentinels, they have a charger of their own, and we've seen them being able to really contest what Booyah Gang was doing. So it's all on them right now. Oh, and they switched to the vanilla charger.
Yeah, switching the vanilla charger, they have the vacuum here, might try to maybe go for that vac cheese on the zone, but you never know.
I mean, yeah, that vac cheese works, and right now we start E-leader down, but Booyah's down, everybody down right now. We get a few trades, and Sentinels gets the advantage, gets the zone. Booyah Gang holding that left side though, and really stopping things, allowing the rest of the team to get back in, get back to control now.
Yeah, the Blaster machine did an amazing job just stalling, waiting for their team here. Blaster does go down, but they have the zone here, and they can sort of wait out these specials on the side of Sentinels.
Yeah, and now it's all about keeping yourself in position. We again were not able to keep the Elite in position enough, and the vacuum really helped Sentinels move forward. Right now, both teams are really trying to keep that control of the zone, even though the zone is for Booyah Gang right now. Sentinel is right there, contesting it constantly, and Booyah Gang not able to really get things going.
Yeah, definitely. Ooh. That was 3 down for Sentinels. It's just the high slasher here. Now the shot in the zone. But I think if Booyah Gang plays the stagger correctly, they can hold the zone for a while.
Ooh, and that pick onto Sun is like a delayed wipe is going to allow Booyah Gang to really establish that control. And now it's about holding this position.
Yeah, definitely. They have the E-leader set up. They're trying to get a craft tank to set up in mid, but we see the leader go down.
Yeah. Like, Sentinels is targeting that E-leader hard, and it's paying off for them. Right now, the vacuum is on the zone. Sentinels is going to get that vacuum cheese and at least apply penalty on Booyah Gang. Like, they're keeping themselves in that game, but Booyah Gang, they get the zone back, and they get that control back, Rice.
Yeah, definitely. And we can see here on Booyah Gang, even though they're going down, they're never going down without taking a trade. And that's the most important thing for them. They're taking advantage of trading and holding the zone right now.
It's really that management of the players on the ground that allows Booyah Gang to stay on the map despite everything, despite the fact that they don't have Tacticula and that their Elite gets targeted hard. They manage to always regroup and keep that huge pressure on Sentinels. And right now, Booyah Gang looking to finally get that KO, but they didn't get in game 1, but another vac cheese.
Yeah, the vac just instantly capped the zone for Sentinels here. It's sort of a fight in mid right now, but we see the Booyah Bomb going out for Sentinel, and they're gonna get the zone here.
They get the zone, but Booyah Gang is back with a Booyah Bomb of their own, and with the splashdown, they're going to neutralize that. And Rice, with that amount of times that penalty was applied on Booyah Gang, penalty isn't that big anymore, and with just a minute and a half left, Booyah Gang is in a very good spot in that game because Sentinels is struggling to push them out.
Yeah, we can see the Blaster machine playing around these ledges. Although Blaster goes down, if Booyah Gang can just hold on a little longer, they might be able to get this.
They just need to hold down, but Sentinels able to go forward and bait, and this could be the change in rhythm that Sentinels need right now. They need to get it. Wait. How is the zone blue or green? I never know that color.
I think it was the Tri-Slosher going in for those kills. Although they got the kills, they weren't really looking at the zone.
And the Elite behind them baited the zone. I'm not sure what's happening in this game, right?
I don't either. Oh, that's a nice shot from the E-leader.
Ooh, but very nice punish by Sentinels. Sentinels is now holding that zone, so look at that. Finally, Sentinels got Booyah Gang away from the zone. Booyah Gang on the defense, and now it's the same problem as game 1 for Booyah Gang. How do you push? That crab tank is active right now. They got 2 down. They're gonna get that zone back, and with 30 seconds left, that is very good for them.
Yeah, we can see here the vacuum protecting the glue, but the glue Gaduli actually goes down, but it gets the cap with this with the vacuum shot.
Vacuum shot gets the cap, but Booyah Gang keeps the zone, keeps the control, and with just 10 seconds left, they only need to paint the zone a little bit more, and that's what they're going to do. Oh, wait. No.
We almost saw the mirror of last game of Booyah Gang going up early, actually getting to 7 points, ironically, like last game.
Yeah.
But this time, Booyah Gang able to hold on to the zone this time.
It's Booyah Gang able to get that control back. The thing they didn't manage to do in that first game, despite having so much control. Like Booyah Gang finally able to push back Sentinels after being having all of them put in their spawn. It's what really allowed them to get the W that they didn't manage to get at game 1. But now we are going on to Sentinels map, and we've seen Sentinel fight. We've seen Sentinel keeping themselves alive despite all that Booyah Gang threw at them onto Crab Leg. So if Sentinel has the control of the map, I expect them to do very, very well.
Yeah, I would have to agree. It really does just depend on map. I think we're getting it. Mako Mart, Mako Mart is the counter pick. I think it's hard to say if Sentinels has an advantage here because Booyah Gang has the machine, has the blaster. It's really good at poking these two edges, but you never know. Sentinel might bring out something we're not expecting.
I think, knowing Booyah Gang, they're going to switch comp. They're going to drop the Eliter, and their Eliter player is going to go with Carbon or something weird. That's what Booyah Gang usually does when you put them on a map that has like much more geometry and that isn't as flat as Crab Leg or Hagglefish. So I expect Booyah Gang to be very, very aggro there.
Yeah, I think this might play into the advantage of Booyah Gang, but if Sentinel's able to get an early advantage, they're probably gonna be able to lock this out. Makamart is sort of that map that if you get an early advantage, it's really easy to just hold on to.
Yeah, honestly, like the team's ability to lock the other team out has been defining of these first two games. On game 1, it was Sentinels able to get back in and lock Booyah Gang out. On game 2, it was Booyah Gang just holding the zone for the whole game, for 5 minutes pretty much. And right now, we'll see how they're able to do on a very different map. Never mind, Tactics staying with the Eliter, wants to keep enemy at bay. Sun is switching to the Pencil.
Yeah, and then we actually see the V try here, the one with Inkjet and Toxic Mist. Gotta be very careful of the Tri-Slosher under these ledges.
Yeah, very, very pay attention, and both teams really having that ledge option, the Tri-Slosher on the side of Sentinels, meanwhile the Blaster and the Machine for Booyah Gang. But Booyah Gang, ooh!
And we see the wipeout. I think Kira got a bomb kill on that crab tank as well. So they're Sentinel's gonna have the early advantage here. Booyah Gang just needs to sort of wait this out, wait to get everyone back in and push back in as a group.
Yeah, and right there we see Sentinels initiating that lockout. Tactic with the Eliter looking to get at least a pick, at least to get something, but right now it's all Sentinels. Sentinels has such control of this map right now.
Yeah, Sentinels just holding the control, and we can see they're holding onto this left side. They know the players from Booyah Gang are trying to drop towards the left stack area.
Yeah, and right there, like Booyah Gang really struggling to get in Yoshi's crab tank, not getting anything because of a tri-strike. To the view with the splashdown, able to get the zone just in the nick of time, but it's Sentinels still there, still in there, and able to push Booyah Gang back. It's like the opposite of the previous game. Sentinels really feeling themselves on Mako.
Yeah, Sentinels getting 3 down on the side of Booyah Gang, and they're gonna continue this lockout, this time with less of a timer because of the penalty.
Yeah, and look at that, they have 2 flying sprinklers. Okay, they refreshed the flying sprinkler above the zone. That's... I love that sprinkler. But meanwhile, Booyah Gang, they need a huge push right now if they want to get that zone back. And again, like despite it being a zones tournament, they don't have such a painty comp right there. Like the blaster on the zone is not going to be enough. Oh,
It's the 1 point meme. Don't let it be the 1 point meme. But we see the blaster here on the zone uses the splashdown to paint and starts pushing up again.
Yeah, and Booyah Gang looking to go forward, looking to push Sentinels away, but Sentinels is staying there. Sentinels repaint the zone, and Booyah Gang gets back to the drawing board. There's nothing they can do right now. Sentinels, they're halfway through penalty, like they only have 40 points to score.
Yeah, Booyah Gang does not have a lot of time here. They do take 1 down, and they have to go. They take 2 down, and it's just the pencil trying to paint the zone.
That pencil has to move back, and finally Booyah Gang, it's their turn to be in control, their turn to have that luck, but they're going to need to come back very fast. There's just a minute and a half left, and Booyah Gang needs a KO.
Yeah, Ooh, that's a double from the blaster, and it's just the pencil trying to hold themselves right now.
Yeah, and that blaster being there, right there, is... Okay, never mind. The blaster is down already. Booyah Gang needs to control that zone. They really don't want to have penalty right now. They have 2 downs on Sentinels. Is this a comeback from Booyah Gang?
That's another 2 down from Sentinels, and it's just the Tri-Slosher and the pencil left.
They're keeping the Sentinels staggered, and right now Booyah Gang is holding that zone. They just need to stay on the zone for a few more seconds. They could get a KO right here, but Sentinels is not done. They're just running at the zone trying to paint it. The Tri-Strike is coming a bit late. Booyah Gang just need to paint over it. But they don't have the splash. Where's the splash? Oh
my god. Oh, but Sentinels gets the penalty here. This gives them time. But the T-Tech, is the T-Tech about to get another kill?
And what a hold by Booyah Gang, but Sentinels able to apply that penalty without the vacuum. Booyah Gang, like, they're going to need to hold the zone for the rest of the game now. There's just 20 seconds left.
Yeah, definitely. And we see an Inkjet ready for Sentinels. The Booyah Bomb comes out for the side of Booyah Gang, but we'll see where they throw it here.
Oh, the Booyah Gang and the Tri-Strike hit thrown at the zone. Booyah Gang needs to paint over fast because we're about to get to the end of the time. They need to...
No.
So close.
That was such a back and forth, and I think what really defined it at the end was the T-Tech getting the Tri-Strikes on the zone and and capping it for Sentinels.
Yeah, that emergency capping power from Sentinels, having both the Tri-Strikes and the Booyah Bomb. And honestly, like, Booyah Gang being so good at fighting, but with a machine and a blaster and an Eliter, painting the zone in an emergency is so tough. If the splash is not on the stack ready to paint, you have so much trouble, and Sentinels just a bit more painting power gave them that win.
You have to imagine in the VC, they're just screaming, paint the square, paint the square, paint the square, as they should. But you know, they still played amazingly without that much paint. They got it to 4 points. It was just unfortunate because the GG specials came out for Sentinels. But if you would have thought, like, if they got the advantage earlier, could they have brought this back?
And like, as we could see on the replay, when the penalty was applied on Booyah Gang on their 4 points, but Yoshi's with a splash was super jumping in. Like 1 second, 1 extra second, the splash is there, the splash is painting. That's all it took. That's what decided that game. That splash super jumping 1 second late.
Yeah, well, you have to think, if there was just a little more time, would they have capped?
I mean, it's a big if, but right now Sentinels is 1 game away from grand finals, and Booyah Gang, they're going to need to win the next 2 games.
Yeah, we can see I think this is Booyah Gang's pick. They decided to go to ship shape. I think, again, playing off the angles that their weapons can get here is gonna be key.
And it's about playing off their range, the range of the machine, and of course the range of the Elite. If you can take that control of mid, and that's what we've seen Booyah Gang like to do, take control of mid and keep the Sentinels away for as long as they can. If they manage to put that Eliter in position, they have a very good option of victory there. I think that's their plan. I mean, that's what they've been doing so far.
Definitely. I think Booyah Gang, what they have to try to do is take advantage early. This map is extremely hard to get back into once you're locked out. But if you have a good lockout here, I think Booyah Gang can definitely take this game.
Yes, but here we are. It's match point for Sentinels. And let's see what they have. No composition change for Booyah Gang. And Sentinels pretty much with the same, going back to the Zekofin.
Yeah, we see this ZNF Charger come back and the Tri Nouveau come back. Same composition for the Booyah Gang. And we can see just the early push in for the machine here. They get the Gluga dualies.
Yeah, that early pick on the glue gas and forcing the crab tank in a bad position. But okay, don't run at the crab tank. Just don't run at the crab tank. Like, you should know. Come on.
But actually, they do have the crab tank on the side of Sentinels. The crab tank goes down. Booyah Gang, and that's 3 down. Oh man.
And the Sentinels take control. The Sentinels are going to have the first hole on the zone. And now Booyah Gang, they're in the situation that they don't like. They have to push.
Yeah, they have to push out of here. There's a lot of people on this top side for Sentinels. They're just sort of waiting out the specials as they come.
Yeah, and ooh, that Booyah Bomb punishing the other Booyah Bomb right now. Booyah Gang has to move back, just let Sentinels score some more points. It's going to be an emergency push by Booyah Gang right there because Sentinels are looking at a KO right now.
Yeah, we see the strikes coming out for the Sentinels, and Booyah Gang sort of just stuck in this corner.
On 2 down, 3 down, it's just the splash and... Okay, that's going to be game for Sentinels. What a game 4.
Yeah, a bit of a more dominating game than the last 3 we had. Sentinels taking the set, punching their ticket into Grand Finals. But Booyah Gang is not out. They're going down to the loser side, but they still have a chance to get back to Grand Finals.
And like throughout this set, we saw Sentinels doing better and better against Booyah Gang. Learning what they're doing and learning how to counter it and really getting, like that last game was nothing like the first game. It was really Sentinels. Okay, we got you figured out. We know who to attack when and how to take the positions that you want to have and how to keep you away from the zone and keep that zone a bit longer. And Sentinels gets the 3-1, gets to Grand Finals. And Rice, I think we're going to go on a short break so we can watch someone losers bracket.
Yeah, I think, just a short break, but we're not gonna be that. We're not gonna be gone for that long.
Oh yeah. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to Triton Cup number 68. We are back and now we are in losers bracket race, about to watch two teams that have funny names that are not easy if you're just an English speaker. We're gonna see Gata Dale Munequita versus Que de la Malveillance, a Spanish name versus a French name. Good luck.
Yeah, that they really just said, "Hey, commentators, good luck today." But yeah, this is gonna be a best of 3. We're on the loser side right now. So, first map we're going into will be Manta Maria Zones.
Yeah, Manta Zones. Pretty wide map. It's the kind of map where if you manage to take control of the opponent's bunker and really invade the street, you can do a lot of damage. You can get a lot of points, and like for a 2 zones map, it's the kind of map where you can still get a good KO, where you can like really prevent the opponent from baiting.
Yeah, the 2 zones here, they're on the opposite sides of the. What am I trying to say? The 2 sides of pretty much just mid. It's if you control mid, you have the zones, but also having the 2 zones might be a lot of back and forth of one team having capped one zone, the other team having the other zone.
Yeah, and really, what I want to see there is Splatlings coming. Like we've seen a lot of chargers so far, right? But a good Splatling on Manta is still so good, even if the opponent has a charger, because greats.
Yes, definitely because of the grades. I actually I would expect to see even the Chargers playing going to a Splatling for this set, or not this set, but specifically this map. As I say that, we see a Charger.
Yeah. And no backline on the side of Que de la Malveillance. Here we go between these 2 teams. Gata, so opening with Zekofin and the diaper, the naughty diaper. Meanwhile, Que de la Malveillance, they have pretty much their backline is the squeezer for an extra Zooka.
Yeah, definitely. We see a triple Zooka comp coming out from the side of. I do not know how to pronounce any of these words, but but we see Gata getting control early. The wiper on the grates here, trying to push whoever's in bunker out of there.
Okay, so you can say Gata and the meanies. Like their name means that they're mean.
Alright.
Call them the meanies. They can't complain. They chose their name.
For sure. We see that we have the squeezer in the bunker. This is actually a really good position for them, but having the drop and started to use their Zooka here.
Yeah, and the minis right now getting 2 picks. They're going to be able to push forward, paint at least 1 zones, but Gata just staying there on lemon, getting a trade there, not using the missiles. Is going to mean like Que de la Malveillance is able to go mean forward ahead of the zone.
Yeah, we see a really smart jump out from Lemon, and they're gonna hold their missiles for this. They're gonna actually be able to use them to push back in, but we see they're all just trying to drop from this right side.
Yeah, and right there, Gata is back in. They want to keep that lead. That lead is not so good, but if they manage to keep it, it's very good for them. But oh, the minis getting 3 players down onto Gata. It's just Twig right there, looking to just stay standing, stay alive a bit longer, so that the rest of the team can have a shot at the zone. But very, very good hold by the minis.
Yeah, the carbon does go down here, which is a little unfortunate, but the squeezer in the enemy bunker, but goes down early.
Yeah, and now Gata is back in action, and with these beacons set up, they're looking to keep the zone a lot longer and stay back in. But right now it's the Minison to try to pierce that defense, and ooh, not working.
Yeah, 3 go down. They still have the squeezer here. Twig starting to push the enemy street. Someone is probably gonna try to intercept them on the other side of the map.
Yeah, right now Gata just looking to get that lead. Very, very nice hold. The minis are back on the zone, but a bit too late and not strong enough. Gata holding the zone, looking to get that KO, right?
Yeah, they're a couple ticks away here. Lemon gets 1, gets 2, that's 3 down for the side of the minis, and I think that's gonna be the knockout for Gata.
Yeah, Gata Dale Munequita getting game 1 there, and the minis are back to the wall because, as you said earlier, we are in losers bracket. It's best of 3.
Yeah, next game is gonna determine, or next game, if Gata gets the next game, that's over. But let's look at this replay right here. We have the strikes coming out. We know that Gata gets the early cap here and early lead.
Yeah, that early cap really worked for them, but good la malveillance, the minis just getting back in, getting these like huge picks there. Lemon only trading and losing their special there allows the minis to just get control of the zone. But Gata just getting back in there, getting more control, and again these beacons, once they are put down, once they are active, like they give your team just better respawn, and on this map it's so important.
Yeah, and Potato just anchoring on the bunker and on the top of mid made it so hard for the minis to push back in, and I think that's going to be the biggest part, or the biggest difference between Gata and the minis holes. One has the anchor to sort of like scope out, and the other team is very aggressive. They're going to be pushing in a lot further.
But yeah, and now, Rice, now we are going on a map mode that I have never played. I felt sick when the new season came out, and like I was sick for a week and a half, and I haven't gotten to play this map mode yet. I've played it on clans, and that's it.
Well, you're gonna enjoy I think you're gonna enjoy the gimmick. So, whoever caps the zone first, it moves to the enemy side of the map.
Oh yeah.
So, it's quite interesting here. Some teams like to set up first, some teams like to go for the zone first, and we can see Gata going for the zone first over the setup.
Yeah, and going for the zone means moving to the left for free, I guess. But that rotation isn't working so well for them. It's just Twig on the zone. Twig has to jump away, and the minis getting the zone, moving the zone to the left now, and it's their turn to try to hold.
Yeah, we see Twig. Ooh, gets the really nice kill on the squeezer and has the Zooka. Gets a Zooka kill. Can they get a third? No, they couldn't get the third. But Lemon there just to clean up.
Yeah, and very nice cleanup. And there the Gata are going to move forward, move the zone back in there. And like that means, okay, so the zone there means it's a bit easier to attack the zone, right?
It is easier for the defenders to come back. It's closer to the defender side.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So it's in theory it helps the defenders, but it is quite dangerous on either side. We see Lemon take one down, sharking at this other one right now.
Yeah, and Lemon keeping that fight. Meanwhile, the minis get the zone, and we're in a 3v3. The minis are moving the zone far to the left right there, looking to get the advantage, and 2 players down on... each team lost players, but the minis keep the zone there. They have that position, and as long as they can dodge these elite shots, they're Gucci.
Yeah, the minis definitely needing to push up a little more, but the missiles pushing them out, and Lemon able to contest the zone here.
Yeah, Gata gets it. Oh, wait, no, the zone stays for the minis. The minis get the lead. And look at that Carbon just going around there, looking to get the flank on. Wait, does Gus know? Do they know that Shadow's here?
I think Gus does, but they just ignored them because they didn't think it was an issue. But the Carbon actually starting to move in. Oh,
Okay.
so close.
Oh, so close, but that bought a lot of time for the minis. The minis are at 6, but they lose control right there. Gata needs to paint the zone right now. Gata keeping themselves alive, getting a wipeout too now. Now they get the advantage that they wanted.
Yeah, and Lemon having these missiles, they're gonna be ready to make this a really long lockout. Potato just trying to set up on a good perch, while the side of the minis, they're using their Zookas, having this craft tank ready to push back in.
Yeah, and Shadow looking to flank to the side. They have a bit of time to prepare that push. And the crab tank, I mean, the crab tank's not going to be enough to bait all of it right there, but they get the picks. They get the picks, and with the Zooka right there, the minis should be able to get the zone back.
Yeah, we see Gus on the zone here, just sharking around. Gets the Carbon, actually, and is gonna just keep contesting the zone.
Penalty. No penalty, Rice, and Potato get it. Oh, these 2 picks are going to be so good for Gata. Gata looking to snatch victory again.
Yeah, we just saw Potato getting this. Oh,
Okay, well, the minis just recognizing the KO, ending the battle. That's a way to quit the game. That is mean, indeed.
Yeah, we saw Potato there in the middle, just spinning around with their E-leader, but yeah, but Gata getting that second game, we could just tell both times, like, with these holds, Gata was able to hold on, and when they did lose the zone, they never got a penalty, and I think that was the big part.
Managing to stay near the zone a little bit longer, avoiding that penalty, really changed everything. Allowed Gata Dale Munequita, here I'm saying it again, to just get it, to win this game and to advance Rise into losers semifinals, where they're going to meet Project R.A.T.
Yeah, we're gonna see. I like to say, because I personally know Potato, but Potato always says whenever they play Tova, it's always the battle of the backlines, as he likes to say. It's to show off who's the better backline.
Yeah, I mean, Gata means cat. The cat is going against the rat, so we'll see which is the meaner animal. And yeah, as you said, we are going to have a good backline duel right after this break.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a Getting Started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Cats versus rats. Here we go, Rice. This is the time to know which is going to hunt the other and which is going to have to cower. So we'll see Gata Dale Munequita versus Project R.A.T.
Yeah, well, we have the classic Tom and Jerry situation, as we can say here. But starting off, we're gonna have Splat Zones Flounder. This is pretty. We said this was the battle of the backlines, but I don't know if either anchors will be playing anchors on this map.
It's such a painful map to play and such a fun map to watch, right? I'm happy with casting and not playing.
I am a Flounder enjoyer, but I do see the issues with it. I think it's just my Splatoon 1 nostalgia on it, but it is fun to watch, I will say that.
Yeah, I mean, two things can happen. Either A, one team is able to come back onto the zone at some point, and if you're able to come back onto the zone and get back control after losing it, you just win on Flounder. But the most likely scenario is one team take control of the zones and keep it the whole game.
Yeah, I think on the side of Gata, I think we're gonna see Lemon back on the missile wiper. I think missiles are really good on this map, especially when you're trying to break out of a lockout. So I think that will be
Chickens too.
Yes, definitely. I think we do see Lemon here, and yes, we do see him on the wiper deco. Potato going to the ball point, and actually Toba sticking on a pencil.
Yeah, that pencil is going to give a tacticular. A tacticular is going to be so important on this map because you do not want to lose your ground. You want to still have one player on the map at all time because like losing the zone is so tough. But here goes Potato with the jetpack, and right there, Project R.A.T doesn't mind. They just get the zones and they get forward.
Yeah, we see Project R.A.T moving up really fast here. They're trying to keep this lockout. They have a cooler down, and they're ready to just keep hold of the ramps here.
That's so good for Project R.A.T, like taking that control of the zones, and after that having the cooler. After that, like being able to just defend. And Potato, how do you get so much inkjets? That's just a delay onto the zone. Project R.A.T stays in control of the top right now, and they just need to keep that zone baited. Oh, but the Zooka is getting in, and right there, the cats are back on top.
Yeah, the cats are back. Twig with the double with that Zooka, and okay. So we see the. I think it's gonna count for now, but actually, wait a second.
I think it counts right there. I think that is very unfortunate for the Project R.A.T. And Gata Dale Munequita is just going to get a game right there, or are they waiting? Yeah,
Okay.
but they were the ones with under 50, so it does it still count?
I don't know. Each tournament
I don't know how it works.
I think each tournament has their own rules about it, whether it's the enemies under 50 or just the score is under 50.
I'm pretty sure, according to Dapple rules, usually you get a replay there. Okay,
I think they're replaying it. I believe they are replaying it, yeah. But we can see here, you know, Gata got their way back in, and I think we're gonna see something similar in this replay of Project R.A.T probably trying to be as aggressive as they can, trying to get the zone early, and then Gata using their specials to come back in.
Okay, so our teams are deciding to replay that game. They want to play it. They don't want to end it like that. And I believe we're going to go right back in there, right?
Yeah, with the replay, everything has to stay the same. Are always the same. Weapons the same. Builds are same. But we can see here maybe a different opening from each side. But as I said, I think Project R.A.T will probably be a more aggressive opening here.
Yeah, I mean, and the opening was really good for them on that game 1, so let's see if they're able to redo that, but it looks like Gata is getting a bit better there, getting the advantage and pushing Tobayaru out of here. Ooh, that pick's important.
Yeah, the pencil going down, they do get this wiper down. That means the missiles are gonna take a little longer to get back. But Twig with the Zooka shot, I think it got one?
So I don't know, but right there, right there, Project R.A.T getting back in, and that bubble is really going to help them. But Lemon's cleaning up under the zone, and right now Gata is just getting that control and that top, and it's going to be on Project R.A.T to really get back in the game.
Yeah, Project R.A.T has to play this really slowly. They need to take advantage of specials, they need to push in together and just play off picks that they can get here.
Yeah, you need to play off that picks, and Gata are reaching the 50 points mark now. They're getting the advantage that Project R.A.T didn't that had in that game 1, and right now Gata is pursuing that advantage. They say in control, but they have 2 down right now. Project R.A.T on their way back in, but Gata, they have the beacons. They will be back in there very, very fast.
Yeah, definitely. We see the beacons being set up again by Lemon, although, and we see actually 3 back into the zone already, and it's 2 down for the side of Project R.A.T.
Yeah, 2 down, but they managed to apply penalty. That penalty is so important right there. If they manage to at least keep some presence on the top of the map, they are staying in that game. They're just going to need a very big push.
Yeah, we see the Tri-Slosher going down for Gata, and Project R.A.T trying to fight Lemon in the trenches, but Lemon gets one there.
Ooh. And right there, Gata just staying in control of their zone, denying more points, but both teams are just looking at each other over that grate. And Project R.A.T looking to move forward with the missiles, instantly denying that advance.
Yeah, it's the joke of you just paint your own side and you win the game. But
yeah,
we see that Gata starting to push up again with that inkjet in the air.
Yeah, and Gata just chipping away at their penalty right there, looking to go forward and getting 3 picks. 3 picks, it just worked with the junior. Work is going to have to move back, live another day, keep that big bubbler for later. And right now, Project R.A.T, they're going to need that big push because Gata they don't have that much penalty right now.
They don't, and there's not a lot of time left in the game either. With only a minute and a half left, Project R.A.T has to start moving soon.
Project R.A.T 2 players down, not managing to really get much. They're just painting their own zone, keeping themselves alive, but they need to apply penalty. Oh, Zooka!
The Twig with the Zooka got the double, and we just see Wug stuck in the corner there, Lemon being able to punish, and they're gonna start moving up here for Gata.
Project R.A.T needs to run out the zone, and they need to do it now. They only have a few points left, and Gata is going to get that game. They're able to deny, but just one zone is not enough. They need to go forward. They have 2 down. They're keeping that zone, they're keeping themselves alive, but they need to go forward. With just 45 seconds left, they only have 98 points, and they're not able to score.
Yeah, we see that Project R.A.T, they really need to cap this other zone, even just for the penalty. But, that's 2 down for the side of Gata. This is Project R.A.T's chance.
They apply penalty, but they have yet to push Gata away. Gata, with 20 seconds left, all they need to do is paint 1 zone right now.
Yeah, Gata, they can just paint their own zone, do everything they can to hold their zone, and we just see Potato, we see Twig, we see Lemon just painting their own zone, throwing bombs all over.
And it's just a scramble for the zone, but the zone staying neutral means Gata keeps that lead and gets the game.
Yeah, we saw it was an unfortunate DC, and I do think that the replay does count, or they were allowed to replay, but Gata coming back in from the reset, knowing exactly what their game plan was.
Yeah, that was a very intense game.
Oh,
okay.
okay.
And that was a very intense game, and I'm glad we got to see it go to the full S. Project R.A.T, like, I mean, losing just because one of your players disconnected is sad, and like at least you lost playing the game there. But now we're going to go on a pretty much the opposite in terms of map design. Something very flat, very open, very good for backlines. We were talking about backlines earlier. We're going to Barnacle on Dime.
Yeah, going to Barnacle and Dime, very flat map. We're probably gonna see the double chargers from both sides, but you know, I think the back and forth here might be a bit more just because there's only one zone, but also this map is extremely easy to lock out on, so it really depends on who gets this early hold and early cap onto the zone.
Yeah, really, that hold, that ability to hold decides everything. But here we are, match point for the cats. The rats need to get everything. Potato going with the Zekofin. That wall is going to stop the shots from the pencil, and I believe like these two weapons have the same range. So that wall is going to be key for Potato to really contest what Toba is doing.
Definitely, and we see Lemon actually coming out with the dualies, goes down early, right when I'm starting to talk about him.
Yeah.
Just a really neutral game between these two.
Yeah.
It's 2 down from both sides, but I think with the Zooka double, Cats can start moving up.
Oh, and it's an onslaught right now. Gata gets that control, and now it's all about having Potato in place, keeping all of the rats at bay, and if like the rats are going to need their specials if they want to push in.
Yeah, we see Lemon with a really good crab tank right here. The longer Lemon is up on that left side, the better they are able to push them out, and this is their chance to start pushing back in.
Yeah, and right now the rats are going in, the Tacticular is down, the Zooka is prone, but it's trade after trade, 2 down onto the rats right there, but they have a cooler, they'll be back in soon. Clock is ticking though, and they need to move forward. Gata just holding the zone tight right there.
Yeah, Gata not letting this zone get uncapped for even a single second once they got that.
Yeah, not even letting neutralize that control over the zone by Gata Dale munequita. Very good, and that means they get to face the teams that put them into losers bracket. It's going to be Gata versus Booyah again.
Yeah, this is gonna be a rematch from the winner side. It is gonna be a best of 5, if I'm correct. Yes, it will be a best of 5. But we can just see here in the replay just how aggressive Gata was during this whole game. We see the dualies rushing in. We saw Twig going in, got traded out Lemon, and just the strikes being able to hold that a lot of space there.
Yeah, holding that space, and really like Project R.A.T, they were right by the zone the moment the clock is ending. It's really Gata delaying, holding the zone just that extra second that they needed. That gave them the W right there, and that gives them the qualification to losers finals.
Yeah, definitely. Losers finals being Booyah Gang versus Gata. I think we'll be taking Oh, very quick break, but don't go anywhere.
And welcome back. Here we are in losers finals race, and we have two monster teams ready to duke it out here on Triton Cup 68. It's going to be Booyah versus Gata Dale munequita.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute since we watched Booyah Gang, but Gata coming in hot after a 2-0 over the Rats. We finally figured it out, guys. The cats are better than the rats, I guess.
Yeah. Cats beat rats, but do they beat a Booyah bomb? That's the question we're going to have to solve now.
Yeah, if we remember correctly, Booyah Gang was a team who was extremely aggressive. They always want to push in, always having that aggressive push, but not having a lot of paint. Whereas for Gata, they're a team who has an anchor. They have that solid sort of hold, solid player to just hold their ground while the rest of the team is able to fight.
Yeah, and as we can see on the bracket right now, Booyah Gang beats Gata 3-1 in winners bracket. So this is revenge for the Cats right now. They want it back, and the team that wins this gets to grand finals, which is extra because Gata, they want their revenge first.
Yeah, that is true, and I think what we learned from Booyah Gang, at least from the set that we watched, was as the teams that played longer, they learned how to counter, and I wonder. Yeah. Because Gata was able to play Booyah Gang earlier, if they're like coming in hot, fresh, knowing exactly how they're gonna try to counter this.
Yeah, we'll see. Like if they had the time to discuss their loss against Booyah Gang, and we'll see if they learn something from it. We're going to start on Museum. Very wide map. I'm sure Potato is happy with Museum. But on the other side, there's Tic Tac with the E-liter, so we're going to have another sniper duel, I think.
Yeah, I know Potato favors the E-liter on this map, so I think we'll have that E-liter duel. But I think what will be important is for the rest of the teams from both sides to play around the E-liter's ranges, and also just being able to, move in and out of cover while taking fight.
Yeah, moving and honestly, this is the kind of map that Booyah Gang really plays well on. It's this wide open map, and Booyah Gang, they like to have that control of map and to have a way to lock you out of the map. And on Museum, if you manage to have your backline on top mid and push onto the platform, you can keep the zone very long, and that's the Booyah Gang strategy. Usually, that's the kind of playstyle that they really strive on, and that's what Gata has to go against. But Gata, they're very good. You know them better than me because they're your region. They have that that adaptability, and they know what Booyah Gang is cooking.
Definitely. Gata, they're... Most of the people on their team play the same weapon and play the same types of weapons, but... Or, like, you know, the weapons that they, like, we've seen, but they're very innovative of, like, how they want to be pushing in, whether it's pushing in pairs or maybe someone flanking and someone taking advantage of that flank. So it really just depends on, you know, if they figured out how to counter what Booyah Gang likes to do.
Yeah, I think like figuring out the other team is going to be key in that game. But it's just game 1, and we're in a counter pick, so there's going to be the distance between these two teams for sure. And I expect to see at least a game 4, whatever happens. But we'll see how these teams do. I believe. Okay, we had a bit of delay because one player was bad at joining the lobby. It's a tough joining lobbies, you know. It's really hard. But now we are in the countdown. They are choosing their weapons, and we should have the game starting very soon.
Come on, Pat. They gotta set the alias, man. That's so important. Yeah, but, you know, just a little bit of a delay. We're not in too much of a rush here, but, you know, both teams readying up right now. I think we're about to get into the battle, but I think we're gonna be seeing similar comps to what we've been seeing.
Yeah, and let's see what these teams are doing. So, Gata. Pretty much what we'd expect of them, what we've seen them play. And oh, okay. This time the Carbon is going from Tactic, not wanting the elite, or just wanting to comp these ledges.
Yeah, so it's definitely gonna be more in terms of how fast can Booyah Game take advantage, but one goes down already because of Potato sniping them.
Yeah, one snipe already, and right there Booyah Gang is just losing player after player. Meanwhile, Gata is all... Oh! Potato!
That is not okay.
That's mean. They have families.
Oh man, Potato getting 2 crucial snipes. Lemon going down here, but they still have advantage here. 2 down on the side of Booyah Gang, and Gata is gonna hold control of the zone here.
Gata just so strong right there, and Booyah Gang already on the back foot, already needing to get crazy push, like just to get in, like 30 points away from Gata, and Gata has good painting there. Okay, Booyah Gang able to get in, able to apply that penalty, and that's all you need right there. But they have 2 players down. At what price, right? Oh!
And that's the wipeout, and this is gonna be time. Potato setting up so aggressively.
Gets punished though. Gets punished for the hubris, but Twig is there, has the Zooka ready, and is ready to wreak havoc. Right now, Booyah Gang is just facing all the nightmare scenarios from Gata.
Yeah, we see the Zooka coming out from Twig. Unable to get a pick. That's actually 2 down for the side of Gata. Booyah Gang really needs to move off of this space.
Booyah Gang struggling so hard to keep the map green, but Gata is back in there, and they don't have penalty! They don't have any penalty on themselves right now. They just need to hold the zone a little bit longer, and they get that game 1. And there's nothing Booyah Gang can do there.
I think that the crucial moment of that game had to be when Potato goes 1, 2, 2 down, and the rest of their team just gets free space off of that. Like, how do you come back from that?
Yeah, and that fist bump between Potato and Gus is well deserved. It really was like, okay, Potato getting these 2 snipes, and yeah, look at that. Within the first 30 seconds, and suddenly Gata has everything. They have everything. They have the map, they have the special advantage, they have the numbers advantage, and they have so many points on the zone. And Gata just getting this extra advantage, winning these extra fights onto Booyah Gang. And Booyah Gangs, they no tactical, no backline. no beacons, they don't have any safety nets. If they lose these fights, they lose the game right there, and that's what Gata was able to do there.
Yeah, Gata. Even when they did go down, they were the rest of their team backed up, especially Potato. Like backed up, got jumps in, and then they were ready to push back in with the cooler, with the Zooka, with whatever they had from their specials.
Yeah, Gata really had more time on this game. They really had more time, more space, and Booyah Gang was constantly stressed, looking to just apply penalty, and just reaching zones was tough for them with Potato on top mid or even on the enemy spinner. But right now, Booyah Gang choosing to go on to Ship-Shape Cargo Company. I was expecting at least maybe crab leg zones, because that's the map that they had won during the set we watched, but oh no, we are going to Mako actually. Okay, we are going to Mako zone. I still think this map really strong for Booyah Gang. They have the machine. If they stick with the carbon roller, they have the carbon roller. So they have those ledge advantage weapons on their side. And right, there is one thing that we didn't see on stream. It's Booyah Gang getting 3-1 against Gata. So Booyah Gang knows at least 3 maps where they can beat Gata. And right there, Tactic just bringing the carbon again. On this map, don't blame you, to be honest. Like, this is carbon paradise. Yeah, but I don't think that matters if Potato gets the collateral there. Oh, yeah. Potato taking 3 down on the side of Booyah Gang. And Gata getting a crazy opening again. Booyah Gang struggling to get onto the zone, and is still able to at least get a pick with the Booyah Boom. They should be able to at least neutralize the zone, but neutralize is not enough. Gata keeps the zone, no penalty, and they are making a lot of points right there. Yeah, we see 2 down again. Twice! Oh my god. I tried. We see Potato just on this right stack here. Only like 30 ticks left on the zone, and Booyah Gang needs to go now. They need to move fast. Oh, they need to go, and look at that Lemon gets punished. That punish on Lemon right now. 4 versus 2, 4 versus 1 for Booyah Gang. Booyah Gang is in the game. Booyah Gang gets that control, and now it's their turn to play. Now they get to do what they wanted to do this whole time. Hold the zone. Keep Gata away. Definitely, but we see Lemon taking this flank, has the hammer, gets one with it, and is treated out, but we see the carbon holding the ledge, and it's just a splash on the zone painting. And the splash is not enough to paint. Gata gets back in there, gets back that control. But this time, Booyah Gang, they're still around, they're still in the fight, and if they're able to get these raids, maybe get a Pikachu, they get the zone back. Yeah, they actually take 3 down. It's just Twig left. They have to jump out now, but it's gonna be Booyah Gang trying to hold for this lockout again, but they need to be very careful of Potato on this charger. Yeah, right now Booyah Gang, they need to just lurk away, shark everywhere, so that they don't get caught by that charger, but they also need to deny any oppression. Right now, it's working pretty well for them. They are past the 40 points mark, and with 2 minutes and a half left, they are looking to get that lead back. Oh, the carbon roller goes down to that Zooka. Oh, Lemon, the hammer goes down, and it's just the 2 on the right stack here. Booyah Gang might be able to take the lead here. They get the lead, and with the crab tank and with yachts onto the zone, they are almost able. Oh wait, it's just Potato. That's a KO for Booyah Gang, and we are 1-1. If you told me at the beginning of that game that Booyah Gang would come back and knock out Gata in this game, I would not believe you. Booyah Gang coming back in such a powerful way, holding space, getting picks when they needed it, and then just holding the zone. It's really like a show of mental fortitude on the side of Booyah Gang. like Gata, they blinked. They blinked, and Booyah Gang, they were ready for that blinking. They got the zone back in the nick of time, despite like being so close to a KO. They managed to get the zone, they managed to get control, and they managed to keep it. And
Yeah.
slowly but painfully, they managed to keep the zone a little bit longer, and in the end get that KO onto Gata. What a comeback. This is the team that beat Gata 3-1, and that we didn't get to see in game 1, but that we for sure get to see here.
Yeah, that machine. I think the machine killed 2 on the zone, and we're going. But we are going into the next counter pick. This is Gata's pick. They decided to go to zones Hagglefish.
Yeah, and we are getting right in there right away. Both teams know what to do. And I don't think Tactic is going to say with the carbon on there. I mean, that doesn't look like the best carbon. Oh wait, Tactic is just sticking with it. And Yachts is bringing the Nova for the Inkjets.
Yeah, the Splatter Shot Nova with Ink Mine and Inkjet here might be the difference maker here. We have Lemons still on the Missile Wiper instead of the Hammer Wiper this time. And we can just see it's a battle of neutral right now. No one's really trying to take any off angles yet.
Yeah, but we see Gata moving backwards because of that Inkjet, and that Inkjet getting a pick is very, very good for Booyah Gang right there. We're 3v3, but Booyah Gang has all the control, and Gata has to throw the Tri-Strike at the zone just to neutralize it. That's not enough. Booyah Gang stays in control, and this is Booyah Gang on steroids right now.
Yeah, we can see 2 members of Booyah Gang on this left flank and 2 of them on the zone. We see the missile comes out, Harbin goes down, and this is Gata's chance to start moving up.
Yeah, that Inkjet is going to slow things down in terms of the game, but Gata getting control of that zone, getting control of that map right now. Oh, getting that extra pick for a wipe out, and now it's Gata just getting in on Potato on that very aggro charger position right there.
Yeah, and we can see Lemon just sharking there, ready to protect Potato. Has to drop here, but Potato's still on that aggressive position.
Yeah, Potato doesn't care, and just like that, Gata gets the lead by keeping the Booyah Gang away from the zone for so long. The Booyah Yoshi is finally onto the zone. They're going to be able to paint. They need to apply penalty though. Oh, they're not applying penalty, right?
Yeah, they were able to neutralize, but the paint coming out from Gata was able to stop it. 2 down, and Lemon has to jump out here.
Okay, finally Booyah Gang in control, back in there. They don't have that much penalty themselves. They're going to be scoring points pretty fast, and they can expect to get that lead if they manage to keep Gata back in there. And with that Inkjet, that should be pretty easy.
Yeah, but we see Potato going down for the side of Gata. They need to wait this out. The Wiper drops down, tries to take a fight, but goes down.
Ooh. Gata a bit staggered right there by Booyah Gang, and Booyah Gang is going to get the lead off of that with that extra Booyah Boom onto the court, getting a pick. Booyah Gang is in such a good position right there. And wait, 3 down onto Gata. Booyah Gang paints, and they get the KO right there.
Yeah, Gata has to run for the zone, but I just don't think there's enough time. The Zooka gets a pick on the one running to the zone.
And here we go, 2-1 for Booyah Gang, and again, Gata was coming in so strong at first, but Booyah Gang just maintaining themselves, establishing their game plan, and taking that control.
Yeah, that was such a close game. We saw both sides having that lockout situation with Gata here. They held so much control here. They had Potato on such an aggressive position, but then when Lemon had the drop, I think that's when they lost that control.
Yeah, it's really like your ability to keep the opponent away from the zone is so important on Hagglefish. And right there, Gata Lemon had to leave some ground, give some ground to Booyah Gang, and Booyah Gang with ground. Like once Booyah Gang is moving forward. They are such a formidable force, and right there, getting that control, getting these extra picks, thanks to the specials that they didn't need to use to get for the zone, really allowed them to hold the zone a bit longer and get that KO.
Yeah, definitely. Both teams played amazing on this map. It could have gone to either side if I'm gonna be honest here, but just Booyah Gang able to hold control longer, which was the reason why they won here.
And Rice, the final counterpick by Gata by the Cats is Vinsmith Metalworks.
Alright, if Potato doesn't pull out the E-leader here, I don't know where he would pull it out.
You have to bring the leader. And I expect Lemon to probably bring the Wiper Deco. Yes, Potato bringing the pencil. But that's pretty good for them, especially since Booyah Gang is sticking with their no backline comp. They want to comp these ledges.
Yeah, we can see Gus going to the machine this time, probably wanting the extra poke damage the machine can do here. But we see Gata getting control early, sort of just everyone just fighting around mid right now.
And that's really like, this whole map is a chokehold. And right there, having that pencil means Potato can just paint the whole map right there and give so much, but Booyah Gang, thanks to all their specials, are able to push forward, maintain the fight for the zone, and both teams are just getting these fights, and trade after trade. Oh, it goes Gata's way right there.
Yeah, it does go Gata's way. Just the machine here, if they're able to take him down, that's gonna continue the stagger that Gata has on Booyah Gang.
Yeah, and that means Gata has control of both trucks right there. So Booyah Gang is going to have to... Oh, that's a crab tank. He's gonna get bullied out of existence. Oh! That double was dirty.
I don't think the crab was trying to drop there, but the crab accidentally fell off the wall and got immediately shredded there.
That was such an unfortunate crab tank, and that's... Like, Gata has full control right there. They just need to paint the zone a bit longer. And Booyah Gang, again, they're lacking paint compared to Gata. That's going to be 2-2. And we are going to a game 5.
Yeah, we're going to this game 5. And this last counter pick is going to Gata. This is the map they will be choosing. And they gotta choose a map that favors their comp. I think.
No, it's Booyah Gang.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yes, it is Booyah Gang's counterpick.
Yeah. And I think we're going to go with something that is bad for chargers and good for carbons and machines. Just a punch.
Okay, so Flounder, right?
Oh. Do you really want, like, game 5 to be decided by Flounder? That's the question right there. I'm saying Mako. Wait, did we see Mako already?
No, we already saw Mako. That is exactly why. That is why I'm saying Flounder. If Mako wasn't picked yet, I would think Mako, but that you never know.
Yeah.
You never know though. We saw Gata on Flounder Heights zones, and they did an amazing job locking out the rats there. So who knows? They might do as good of a job against Booyah Gang this time.
Lots of hesitation, but it looks like we're going to go on to Umami. I mean, it's really like the team that's able to get onto the other side, get that control of a snipe. That's a very, very risky pick against Gata.
Definitely. I think the plan for Booyah Gang is to be explosive. Just do everything they can at the beginning just to take control. But whoever wins this game moves on to grand finals.
Yeah, what we'd expect of both teams. Both teams are pretty much sticking to their composition at this point. It's not going to be decided by the weapon. It's not going to be decided by skill. It's going to be decided by stamina. These teams are tired. They know each other very well. Now it's the mental game. It's the resistance and it's tactic. Getting in with a carbon and getting that space for Booyah Gang. And Booyah Gang is going to get first control of the zones.
Yeah, we see Booyah Gang, they have control. They're trying to move onto the snipe, but Potato doing such a good job not letting them do that.
Potato drops there, and Yoshi's with a crab tank keeps Potato at bay. The Booyah Bomb is not going to be thrown at any of the zones. And right there, Booyah Gang stays in control. Booyah Gang really had a plan for this map, I guess.
Yeah, Booyah Gang had a plan, but the splash goes down, the machine goes down. That's a wipeout for the side of Gata, and this is their time. They need to move.
Booyah Gang scored 50, but right now Gata, they have their wiper in position with a beacon to get players in. Booyah Gang are going to need to get back into that zone fast because the clock is ticking for Gata.
Yeah, definitely. Ooh. And we see the carbon goes down, the shot needs to jump out, and we're at a point where Gata can hold control of the zone.
Yeah, Gata with that control right there. And as Booyah Gang do something quick, Gata is going to get that lead, but Booyah Gang does something quick! Booyah Gang gets in there, denies the lead! What a carbon play! Right there, the tic-tac. And Booyah Gang is looking to get forward a bit more, but that Zooka is going to be denied. Gata staying in the game and threatening that zone again.
Yeah, we see Yoshi's here on the splash. They're close to crab tank. They're halfway there. They have a Booyah Bomb to hold. So if they're able to get this crab tank, they're gonna be able to hold the players of Gata into that corner.
Yeah, and right now, Booyah Gang, no more penalty. They're holding the two players down. Gata is looking to just get back in there, get back that control of the zone. And we've seen what Gata is able to do when they have that control, but at least Yoshi is keeping them at bay, keeping them away from their snipe, from being able to really lock them out. So Booyah Gang still in the game, just need a few good specials to get back in.
Yeah, they need a couple specials here. Ooh. The crab actually goes down here, but no more specials left on Gata, and this is Booyah Gang's chance to move in.
They move in, but they surrender the lead right there. Twig is going to have to move back though. Gata has to jump away. These beacons were a bit too late to allow them to get back in. Booyah Gang getting back control of 2 versus 2 right now, and with Twig on top mid. This fight between Twig and the rest of Booyah Gang is going to decide. Okay, Twig just leaves the space there. Booyah Gang looking to get rid of their penalty and get that lead back.
Yeah, we see Twig backed up there. They probably jumped out. They know they have the Zooka ready. They're gonna have to play off the Zooka shots from Twig.
Yeah, and that's lead for Booyah Gang. That is huge for them right now. Gata forced to throw the Booyah at the zone just to keep the zone a bit neutralized a bit longer, delay the points. And now Gata gets the zone and gets players advantage. It's just Yoshi's having to move back, save that crab tank for later.
Yeah, we see Lemon going down by the carbon roller here. Gonna be space for the carbon to move in with that Zooka.
Yeah, and right now it's Zooka versus Zooka. Booyah Gang looking to get control of these zones. If Booyah Gang applies penalty there, that's so good for them with less than a minute left. And they apply penalty, they get back the zone, and they lose 2 players in the process though. Gata is going to still be in that fight.
Yeah, we see the Booyah Bomb coming out for Gus. There's a Zooka ready for Twig. That's 2 down, 3 down! And it's just a splash on the side of Booyah Gang. They had to jump out.
Yeah, and this time Twig and Lemon able to at least threaten. They are pushed away, which is very good, especially with a crab tank thrown there. This is the last 10 seconds, and the crab tank is denied. The Carbon is going to have to pay fast because right now Gata gets the lead in the last few seconds of the game. And that's going to be game 5, going to Gata. Gata qualifies for grand finals.
This game went one side, then the other side, then another side. Like, oh my god, it was so back and forth. But in the end, Gata with just a more sustainable comp, able to hold the zone for longer.
It was that extra resilience, and Booyah Gang had such good fights. They had so much power. But Gata, between the Tacticular and the beacons, like slowly but surely, losing the fights didn't cost them as much, and over the course of a 5-minute game, it allowed them to just get a few extra points, and it allowed them to just win that game. But by the skin of their teeth, they get into grand finals. Congratulations to Gata Dali munequita.
Yeah, this game could have went both ways, depending on just like, you know, whether who took what fights, where the fights took place. It was anyone's game. It could have went to Booyah Gang, and just in the end, it went to Gata with that hold at the end there.
Very nice hold. Congratulations on Booyah Gang. You are third place of Triton Cup is pretty good. And Gata though is going to advance. They're going to need a bracket reset if they want to beat the Sentinels, and we're going to see that right after a short break, Rice.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
And welcome back! We are now in grand finals of this Triton Cup 68. And it's going to be set between Sentinels on winner's side versus on loser's side. We've seen them a bunch. It's Gata, Dali, munequita. Rice, we are about to see the duel of the two titans of this Triton Cup.
Yeah, and what better map to start, or what not better map to start than Mako Mart Zones, the classic, the map mode we've been playing for 7 years? Something like that. Almost 7 years, I think. At least 6. I don't know.
Ages, since forever.
Yeah, what a classic, you know. Where to start then a very neutral side, I think, for both sides. We saw Sentinels on this map before, and we see Gata on this map before. So it's gonna be a pretty back and forth, I believe, on this map.
Yeah, very back and forth. Like, both of these teams are very good, very powerful. Both of these teams have a very strong backline between Sangura and Potato. So we'll see what happens, and here we go. Grand finals is starting on Mako.
Yeah, we see a very similar comp on both sides, at least in terms of the anchor and the tri-sloshers. Just different types of anchors and different kits for the tri-slosher.
Yep, different tri-sloshers, and it looks like Gus is getting the first tri-slosher duel thanks to the height advantage. But there is already the answer on the side of Sentinels, who are in pink, by the way, Dorian.
Yeah, we see Twig here trying to take this fight against Angel and actually gets the bomb kill off the wall.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah, but Sentinels is still there. Look at Mango just trying to hold some ground, some position, forcing all of Gata to look forward and giving the rest of Sentinels the time to get back in the game. Both of these teams are just fighting for mid right now, and that wall onto the stack is going to allow to resist the Zooka a bit longer, but not that long enough, and it looks like Gata has the advantage here.
Yeah, we see Mango go down here as well, and Lemon just trying to push this Gluga Dualies and this Crab Tank right now.
But Lemon is going to be pincered right there, but that Crab Tank is so far away from the zone, it's not going to be able to paint much Mango with the Inkjet, though. Able to get a lot of aggressivity for Sentinels, and Sentinels able to paint the zone, apply that penalty, reset things a bit. But they pay it with players.
Yeah, we see Lemon, I think... I thought they got the hammer kill, but it might have just been a distraction for their other teammates to come in to kill it.
Yeah, and right now, Sentinels are pushed deep into their spawn. They really need to get a good push going. Kira just activating the Crab Tank, looking to get in there. Mango is trying to apply pressure, but right there, Gata uses the Zooka to just deny, and Sentinels struggling to get to the zone, to get to the fights.
Yeah, we see Twig here playing around the stack. Oh, might get Kira here, gets Kira, and I think this is gonna be... actually the cap for Sentinels, but we see Gata still around mid taking fights.
Around mid, and that hammer is going to get a bit more aggro, not able to get the picks though, and right there Sentinels able to get some control, and with that Crab Tank they're going to be able to solidify their control over the zone and make a bit more points, which have eluded them so far.
Yeah, we see Twig on the Zooka, gets 2 with 2 shots! Can they get a third? Oh, so close to that third shot, but I think this might be a pretty good hold for Gata.
Yeah, Gata able to just hold the zone, keep themselves there, and Sentinels back to the drawing board. Gus getting in with a try, getting a pick, and getting a trade off of that. 2-for-1 is pretty good for Gata, and Gata with a wipeout. Not any penalty left. That is very, very good for them. Like, Sentinels has to just run at the zone right there.
Yeah, and we see Potato ready with these strikes. They can cap the zone if they can with these strikes. Trying to hold space. Only a couple ticks left.
Ooh, Twig!
And Twig with the triple at the end there.
The triple to end it, but Gata such control on this map. Sentinels really struggling to get in there.
Yeah, Twig knowing that knowing that the players of Sentinel are gonna try to rush them at the stack, ready to punish anyone pushing.
Yeah, that was such a move, and really Gata maintaining that pressure. Even when Sentinels had the zone, you had someone from Gata just ready to get back in, and with these picks that Twig was able to get that double with the Zooka, that triple in the end. It was really like so tough for Sentinels to just stay near the zone. They were constantly in a fight.
Yeah, and we see Gus there, got that 2-for-1. Lemon with the hammer killing the crab tank. And this was sort of just the hold. Gata just had to paint the zone, just paint around and hold here.
Yeah. Honestly, Sentinels, they had the coordination. It's just that Gata, there was constantly someone from Gata popping off. And ruining their day, ruining their push, and Gata, they can rely on that extra explosivity that they have. And Sentinels, they're going to need to be extra solid if they want to deny that.
Definitely. I don't this is only the first game, and we already saw a lot of back and forth from both of these teams. No one really completely knocked someone out, and I think that's gonna be what's gonna happen for the rest of the set. We do see Sentinels counterpick. They're going to Robo Ramen for their first counterpick.
Yeah, a perfect map if you want to feed.
Yeah, well, Robo Ramen. Yeah, I mean, Robo
sorry.
Ramen.
I'm not
Robo
sorry,
Ramen. Oh.
Yes, Robo Ramen, you were saying.
Yes, with Robo Ramen, Zone is pretty back and forth on this map. There's the two flanks on the two sides. Whoever wants to take those flanks can, but what's important is holding the other player's snipe area, I believe. Just being able to hold that lockout.
Yeah, you want to get in and you want to deny the opportunity to get into the opponent. But if you leave any ground to the opponent, they have so many ways to get in, including with cover, which is going to be tough for your backline. But at least having your charger over the zone gives you control of that part, at least. Well, and both chargers are down, so I'm just going to stop talking about chargers, I guess.
Yeah, we saw both chargers are back. We see a really similar comp from both sides.
Yeah.
And it's just Twig on the zone here. Can they get a kill with that Zooka?
And again, Sentinels, when Gata doesn't pop off, Sentinels manages to move forward. But right now, 2 down onto the Sentinels. Gata is going to take that ground. And Lemon with the hammer is able to... Why is Potato so forward right now? Potato has going to have to move back because of a tri-strike, but these tri-strikes, they're not used for the zone, they're just used to shoot Potato away.
And I think we saw Twig get a double with that Zooka shot. And this is Gata's chance to start moving up again.
Yeah, and we know how dangerous Gata is with momentum, with the zone right there. Ooh, nice pick onto the Lemon. Twig still there though, and Gata keeping the zone. 30 points. Sentinels really need to apply penalty right there.
Yeah, they're able to cap the zone. They get the penalty here, but this might not last for too long as Gata slowly just holding space, getting back in, getting those super jumps in.
Yeah, and finally, Sentinels are in control of the zone. It's their turn to try to keep Gata away, but between Lemon and Twig and Gus, there's constantly attacks from everywhere. I like Team Kira. Okay, Kira gets sniped, so nothing.
Yeah, but we do see the counter snipe onto Lemon.
Yeah.
And we're gonna just see the back and forth from both these teams. One person trying to sneak around, but the other having to back off. And we see the hammer from Lemon here.
Lemon gets punished. It's a trade, and right there, Sentinels is looking to get that lead, and that's a very, very good lead for Sentinels there. They're still on the zone. 2 players down, though, and Gus is moving in with a tri-strike. That's going to be control for Gata, and Gata putting that wall there with Potato is going to deny so much from Sentinels.
Yeah, we see Sangura trying to get some good picks, unable to really find anyone, and they start using the strikes here. I think this might be the cap.
This might be the cap. Sentinels confirms that they have that lead, they have that zone right there. But it's lots of players down on both sides again. Sentinels has to just jump away to give the zones to Gata, and Gata. They have 30 points of penalty right there to get rid of.
Ooh, and Sangura with a really nice snipe on Potato. This is gonna be their opportunity to get back in and get another hold.
Another hold, another penalty, 1.5 minutes. Sentinels 2 players down again. They're going to have to move back. Let Gata again back in. But it's so back and forth. These 2 teams are just like trading the zone. Constantly, they just hold it for 5 seconds and have to concede.
Yeah, but we did see 3 going down from Gata. Potato goes down here. Just 3 left in their spawn. And this is Sentinel's chance to make this lockout a winning one here.
Yeah, you have to make that lockout count. Angel just keeping the Booyah bomb out there. Oh, Lemon getting a double, getting a triple, and trying to get the quad. Come on!
No!
No! Sangura says no.
Sangura says, no, we are not getting clipped on Twitter. But we see Gata in their... This is Gata's chance to hold on to their lockout right now.
Yeah, almost no penalty left. Sentinels needs to push. Now all the strikes are put onto the zone. Sentinels looking to paint. But Gata holding the zone. They just need to hold it for a few more seconds and they get that lead. They're getting that lead, Rise! And Sentinels they need that comeback. 4 versus 2, they get the zone at least, but they're going to need an overtime comeback.
Yeah, but if Sentinel can hold here, if they play their specials correctly, they can definitely hold this out. There's not a lot of penalty, and we see Lemon with the hammer. Look, that's killed by the Booyah bomb.
The pick of Lemon, the tri-strikes are not enough to paint the zone. Sentinels are able to keep it. It's 3 versus 3 on the zone right now. It's a fight 2 versus 2. And Sentinels holding, but not enough. And Gata 2-0 right now.
What a game we had there. We had both teams having lockouts that could have won the games, but one person coming in clutch from each side. Oh my god.
But that was such a close game right there. Sentinels really just a split second, one extra pick away from that, like, at that moment when Lemon with the hammer gets a triple, almost gets a quad. If Lemon is denied there, if Lemon is stopped there before by Kera, if Kera doesn't fall down to Lemon there, Sentinels wins the game. Like, easily.
Yeah, and I think when we get to the replay at the end, it was Lemon who got the pick on the zone to let Gata to hold on to zone as well.
Yeah. That fight for the zone in the end was so close. Sentinels were done with their penalty almost. Yeah, they were done with their penalty. They score a point and just 5 points away. Gata just able to play the clock perfectly to get that zone back. What a close game too, but Gata looking to get that reset very fast if Sentinels doesn't do something.
Yeah, from here, Sentinel, this is the last counter pick that they are able to select. And if they're looking to do a reverse sweep, they have to play into Gata's counter picks. And knowing Gata, they have so much momentum right now.
And even if Sentinels doesn't get a reverse sweep, you don't want to have a bracket reset with a 3-0. Like a 3-1 is going to feel much, much better than that. So Sentinels really, really want to win that game. Even if they don't win this set, winning that game is going to allow them to reset mentally, get their head back in the game, because that loss has to be crushing.
Yeah, and we're going into Sentinel's counter pick. This will be zones on ship shape. And is that the Zooka machine coming out from Gus?
Yes, that's the Zooka machine. The Zooka machine is going to, I mean, that's extra range, that's extra threat, and on a map like Ship Shape Cargo Cove, an extra Zooka is a good choice.
Yeah, we see the double Zooka coming out from the side of Gata Gata. But on the side of Sentinel, they decide to stick with the comp they had. They know how to play around this comp, and they know this is how to win.
Yeah, and that is a very, very good start for Sentinels right there. Sentinels getting 2 down on to Gata Gata. But right now it's trade after trade. Gata Gata is already back on the zone. And Sentinels having to defend that zone as strong as they can with all their specials.
Yeah, we can see here Kira no! Kira unable to get that trade, and Lemon starting to push up with Twig here. Able to get Mingo, it's just Lemon pushing up with this hammer.
It's just trade after trade, and that hammer is just painting the zone right there. But that paint is not enough. Kira painting and getting the pick on Lemon. And look at that 3 down onto Gata Gata. Sentinels just holding that zone and looking to get a very, very commanding game.
Gata Gata only has one more push right now, and they have to make it count. Lemon actually seeked out here. They have to jump out. The Zooka from Twig, and it's just Gus and Twig by the... I don't think they're able to paint!
And suddenly, Sentinels are back in that game, are back in that set. They have all the momentum because that was just... that was Sentinels all the game.
Sentinel, I think what Sentinel was trying to tell us is, yeah, you guys took game 1, you took game 2. Let's take it a little more serious, guys.
Yeah, Sentinels reminding us while they are here on winner's side why Gata Gata needs a bracket reset. And that was such a strong game. They are just keeping that zone, denying everything Gata did. That's what Sentinels needed to do in these first 2 games. Finally put in application. Gata Gata not wasting any time. Counter pick ready, it's Hagglefish. I mean, it's not a finals, it's not top teams if nobody picks Hagglefish zones.
It is not a zones only tournament if there is not Hagglefish in one of the maps. But yeah, I think what Gata Gata is doing right now is they're choosing Hagglefish zones because they know this is a good charger map. And if they were to go to the last counter pick, I think they're gonna go for that mincemeat. But let's look at this game first.
Yeah, let's look at this case. Gus is back on the Tri-Slusher, so is Mango. It's the same Tri-Slushers this time, it's Tri-Slusher Nuvo. And Angel switching to the Vanilla Julies, no more glue gas on the side of Sentinels.
I think Angel played it last game, but this is... Yes. But the main differences from each of these comps is one comp has a crab tank and the other comp has the missiles.
Yeah, and that's the main difference, and we'll see how it's going between these 2 teams right now. It looks like Gata Gata has gotten a few points, but it doesn't matter as much because Sentinels are still in the fight. With Tacticula for Gata Gata is going to allow them to go in and completely feed right there.
Yeah, we see that 2 down actually on the side of Sentinels, and we see Mingo gets a pick on the zone, but just couldn't paint the zone on their own.
Yeah, and Gata Gata holding the zone, no penalty onto them. Sentinels were not able to cap the zone at any point, and right there they're going to need to push forward because Gata Gata He's at 35. Sentinels using all they have just to get that penalty, and right there, they're paying the price.
Yeah, we see Angel here sharking around, maybe trying to get Potato here, but is too far away.
Too far away. Potato moving back behind the zone, buying some time for the Gata and Sentinels are just looking to get the zone, but Gata defending so well. Oh, 2 down on each side.
Yo, 2 down from each side, but it's just Sangura left for the side of Sentinel, and they're unable to cap on their own.
Oh, that tri-strike used to not cap the zone is going to cost dearly to the Sentinels, but all Sentinels able to jump back in thanks to Sangura. And right there, able to get the zone, able to get forward, it's looking much better for them. Now, it's about maintaining that lockout and keeping Gata away from the zone.
Yeah, but we see 2 down on the side of Gata, 3 down on the side of Gata, and it's just Twig left in that Zooka.
Yeah, and the crab tank is deployed, but Sangura's tri-strike is already ready to be deployed. That's going to be a lead for Sentinels, and Sentinels are looking very, very strong right there.
Yeah,
down again!
Yeah, we see Sentinels doing such a good job holding Gata in a stagger. They're getting the kills when they need it, and we just see Kira sharking here, ready to punish Potato.
Sentinels looking to get that game 5. Rice?
What a game! What a game!
What a comeback! It was all Gata at the start of that game. Gata got to 30 points without Sentinels able to touch the zone. And right there, Sentinels are looking to seal the deal. If Sentinels wins that next game, they are your Triton Cup champions.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing was just, I think when Sentinels had the cooler, they were feeding. Yes, they were feeding, but they were getting trades. They were getting that respawn advantage against Gata. We see here Sangura sort of just soloing here.
Yeah.
They got the jumps in, and that's sort of where this lockout started.
Yeah. It really was that moment. Sangura last standing, getting the jumps in, allowing all of Sentinels to be on the attack. And taking Gata off guard, allowing Sentinels to really initiate that lockdown and just run away with the zone. And right now we are 2-2. We are in a game 5. And we are going to the other new map. We are going to Bluefin Depot.
Okay, my prediction was wrong. It was not gonna be. It was not mincemeat, but still still a very lockout heavy map where I think Chargers will do extremely well. Both sides, Sangura probably sticking on that ZNF, and Potato also on the ZNF. We'll have to see which team is able to sort of hold the zone, but also being ready for flanks from the other side, because just like how the zone moves on this map, as we saw earlier,
it's all about denying the flanks. It's all about like keeping that zone even when that zone is moving at the Rice, do you see what I see?
I see the Potato on that E leader, and we actually see Sangura going back to the pencil here.
Yeah, I think like we are going for the counter pick at this point. Like there's been a lot of sweat, there's been a lot of things from both teams, and Gata electing to bring that E leader despite it being on zones. And meanwhile, Sentinels just fighting for it, using that pencil that is so good, that pencil. And right there, Gata getting that first control on the zone and moving the zone far to the right.
Yeah, we see the missiles coming out from Lemon. But on the other side, we see Mango
Yeah.
with the 52 gal switching off the tried and true tri-slosher that they've been playing.
yeah. Yeah, that's like lots of changes from both teams, but right now it looks like Gata is keeping that zone. They don't have pretty much any penalty at this point, and they're looking to score some points. And Sentinels, Crab Tank, Zooka, everything is thrown out there. They want to stop the zone.
Yeah, we see all the specials coming out from Sentinel, but unable to really capitalize off any of that space they made.
Ooh. Yeah, not much is happening, but right now 2 down on Sentinels, and Gata just keeping that control. Again, they didn't have that much penalty because they haven't kept the zone much, but they are extending that small lead, like bits after bits, drips after drips. They're like getting past 50.
Yeah, and we see just all the specials coming out from Sentinels again. The Gal going down, but the Crab Tank being able to trade it out.
Able to trade it out, and now it looks like Sentinels. They captured the zone, but the zone just got away from them. And
Yeah. We see Lemon here getting the 1v1 against the dualies, being able to capitalize off that and uses the missiles to start pushing in.
Yeah, and again that fight for the zone. Gata back in control, but false. Oh wait, they get 4 versus 2 right there, and Sentinels back on the defensive. They're going to need to find a way to find a way to push that. And we see, like, again, that real defense on the side of Gata.
Yeah, we see Angel trying to take this flank, but no one really looking at Angel on that flank.
Having to look at Angel a bit and allow Sentinels to paint the zone back, and right now 2 down onto Gata.
No, Angel! Please, no!
You don't do that. It's grand finals. You're not supposed to do that, please. And that's the zone for Gata. The zone is going to move back and 2 down onto Sentinels. Gata is pushing Sentinels away and are looking to get away with it. Like, they don't have that much penalty again because they've been doing it drip after drip. And okay, Sentinels get the zone again, apply a little bit of penalty again, but they need a good hold on the zone, and that has eluded them so far.
Yeah, we see here Twig with that Zooka almost gets the kill, and Sangura has to back away with these missiles on them.
Yeah, and that means it's just Kira fighting for the zone, having to get back to spawn right there. And Sentinels struggling to get back in, but 2 down onto Gata. Sentinels are going to get another shot at painting that zone, applying a little bit of penalty again.
Okay, I will have to say, Gus did fall into the water. We didn't see it on camera, but I saw that. I saw that, Gus.
Okay, so 1-1. 1-1. This is grand finals! There are great teams, 8 great players. Please stay on the map. And Sentinels looking to get the lead back right there. We've just 30 seconds left. 20 seconds now, and Sentinels, they are scoring the points. They are keeping Gata away, and it's just Lemon on the zone trying to get this fight, but all of Sentinels is there. Lemon has to move back, wait for the rest of the team. And the zone is staying pink. If Sentinels just hold for 5 more seconds, they win this game, they win this tournament, and they just need to hold. And they are your Triton Cup champions with a reverse sweep.
We said it when they got to game 3. They needed that reverse sweep, and they turned on a switch. After game 2, they said, no more messing around. We want to win this. We don't want to go to that bracket reset. Let's just win it now, guys.
Right, as you said, it's... Choyan, please.
Choyan, please.
That's mean.
Oh my god.
You said, oh, they got serious now. Let's fooling around.
Right after I said that too. Oh my god. It's okay. Angel redeemed themselves. They got that crafting kill, and this is pretty much their lockout here. Sentinel's just able to paint the square for longer.
Yeah, and Gata, they had that game. They had the zone so long, so many times. It's just Sentinels with the resilience, staying in there, and in the end, just managing to push Gata away for a few more seconds and keeping that zone, getting that lead right in the nick of time, and being your Triton Cup 68 champions.
Yeah, both teams played so well. Gata, they might have gotten second place, but this Triton Cup could have easily gone to that bracket reset. And with the reset, who knows who would have taken the set, you know?
I mean, Bryce, these games were so close. This set was so close. There was like the teams that we got at the top of this tournament were so good, and it was such a delight to watch this tournament with you. That was awesome, and there are talks right now about we want zone, we like zones. Well, here you have it. Here you have some great zone action.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk about should we only be playing zones or should we play all modes? But you know, teams can do really well on zones only. Teams can also do really well on, you know, all modes. But here we just saw zones only, and what a display from every team that played today.
Yeah, great display, and it really went the distance between all these teams. But in the end, your Sentinels were the last team standing. Congratulations to them. And Rice, I believe this is the end of the tournament, which means we're going to have to leave the microphones and get on with our lives. But before we do that, where can people find you?
Yeah, everyone, you can sort of see it on the screen already. Everyone can find me at We Like Rice. Usually it's either all caps or no caps. Just depends on what platform. I don't know. You can find me with that handle on Twitch, Twitter, Blue Sky. Don't really use that. But what about you, Pat? Where can the lovely people find you?
You can find me on Twitter at PatOrTom. It's written on your screen. If you remove the underscores, you can find me on Blue Sky, which I kind of use sometimes too, I guess. But yeah, that's pretty much it, and that's pretty much us. And we also have to thank our streamer Jorian, who's a bit cruel, but who is such a great observer and a great streamer. Jorian, if you're muted, but if you want me to say to people, like, where can people find you? Okay, so Jorian51 on Twitter, and Jorian how on Twitch?
Jorian2. Yeah, Jorian.
Jorian2 on Twitch, and Jorian51 on Twitter. There are so many Jorians, but they're all good, they're all the best, so follow them. And that's going to be it. That's going to be the tournament for us, and thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you all in the next very nice Triton Cup.